Hey there and welcome back to TubeGuruji channel. In one of my last video, we'll build this beautiful home service application. And in this particular video, we're gonna build the same application but for the web. So if you see on the screen, we have this beautiful landing page for the home service and repair application. And this is a complete responsive and this is a web application where you can search a different type of services nearby you. Now here, if you see on the top, we have this beautiful header section. Then we have this landing section where you have the different categories. And if you see how beautifully we animated that category with the help of Tailwind CSS. If you scroll down little bit, you have option over here to see the latest and popular businesses. You can even book the businesses directly from here, or if you want to search any particular category businesses. If I go to this cleaning and boom, you are on this particular screen. Now let me show you one more thing. If I refresh it, you will see this beautiful skeleton effect, and I'm gonna tell you how we beautifully implement that skeleton effect. Now all of this data what you are seeing on the screen, we are fetching it from the Hygraph. Hygraph is one of the best CMS in the market right now, and it uses the GraphQL to fetch it data and to update the or insert the record inside the Hygraph database. As Hygraph is completely free, don't worry because I'm gonna teach you everything from the basic even though you don't know anything. Now if I open any category, you will see the businesses belong to only that category, and on the left hand side you will see how beautifully we added this category section where you can jump it directly and it immediately change the listing of the businesses. Now if you want to access any of this business or you want to see the details, you have to make sure that you need to log into our application, because without authentication you cannot access the business detail. If you want to see the business detail, you must need to add or log into our application. If you see, we have this beautiful button to log in or to sign up to application. Let's click on this one, and with the help of Descope authentication, which is a very modern way to add authentication to your application. That's what we are going to learn in this particular course as well. Now let's log in with the account, and once you log into account, you will get redirected to our home screen where now you can go to this any of this business to check the detail. And not only that one, you have now profile icon where you can have your own account with the my booking, and even though you can log it from the application. Now open any businesses and boom, how beautifully we design this business detail screen where you have all the business information, the email of the user, the available time, the contact person. Not only that, but you can see the description and the beautiful gallery section where all the images belong to that particular business. You will see it here. On the right hand side, you have option to book an appointment, and then you will see the similar business comes under this particular category. Now if I click on book appointment, boom, how beautifully we navigated or added this sheet or drawer to our application. Now with the help of Shadcn UI, we implemented this particular UI for our application. Now select any date which you want to book appointment, then you can select the time slot. Now here is the magic. You can select any date which you want to select, then select the time slot, and then just click a book, and boom, you got a beautiful toast message saying the service book successful. Now you can also check your booking. If I go to this my booking, and here you will see your booking appointment, and inside the completed you will see the old booking as well. So this my booking section will help us to see your latest booking. Now if I go back to any of the booking now and want to book an appointment to any particular date, you can book it. Now for example, if I select 27, and if you see over here, I cannot book that slot or select that slot because this slot is already booked by someone. Okay, so you cannot select that. You have option to select other, or you have select the different date. Okay, now select the 27 and select some other slot. Now if I select 12, click book, and boom, your slot is booked now. Now let's go to this my booking, and then you will see your slot with this date and service number and everything. You will see the time, you will see the all the details about your booking. So guys, this complete application is a responsive. You can not only depends on the layout, it change the layout of your application. Now if I go to home, and you will see the change over here. See how beautifully depends on the screen size is change the layout of the application. So guys, I hope you like this particular application, and it's very excited to build this application with the help of all the free content we use in this particular course to build this application. Obviously, we are going to deploy this application on the Vercel so that you can share this particular application with your friends and family. So guys, without doing any further delay, let's begin. So in order to create our React application, we are going to use Next.js. So Next.js is one of the best React framework for the web application. And if you don't know anything about the Next.js, don't worry, because in this particular course, I'm going to tell you how to use this Next.js and to build the React application. Remember, Next.js is a framework, okay, for the React application. So in order to create a project, you will go to this nextjs.org. This is the official website, and this is the command to create a React application. Okay, you can see the documents, and there are a lot of things you can learn from here. Okay, so first thing, let's copy this command, go back to a project where you want to create a project, open a terminal at that particular folder, and then let me increase this size, and then just paste this command. Okay, now at latest mean it will install the latest version of the Next.js, which is currently going on 14 plus. So click enter, and then you need to add the project name. So in this case, I'm going to give home service web app. So it will ask ask the question that do you want to use TypeScript? Say no. ESLint, say no. The Tailwind CSS, say yes. So obviously this Next.js is taking care of installing Tailwind CSS, so you don't need to install manually again. Then we will like to use source directory, say no. The app router, obviously we want to use app router, so say yes. And the import alias, say no. And if you see, it is installing some dependency like React DOM, Next, and some dev dependency like Auto Prefixer, Post CSS, and Tailwind CSS. And now if you see, our project is ready. Now let's go back to our or open a VS Code. And once you open the VS Code, just locate the folder which we want just created, right? So let's go to this documents which we created this folder. So projects, Next.js, and then home service web app, and our project is open over here. Okay, on the left hand side you will see all the bunch of files and folders get created. So let's walk one by one. So first thing, the app folder, okay, which contains or which is the basic folder where we are going to write all our files and code and everything. Okay, so inside this folder you will see we have this global.css, the layout.tsx, okay, which is the heart, we can say, for application, where all the pages, all the route is going to render inside from this children tag. Okay, and if you see, we have the HTML body tag inside that one. We have metadata for the SEO purpose. Also here we added the font as well. Then this is the default page called page.tsx. Okay, so once you run this application, we'll see this particular page get open on the default as a default page. So this is the page. Then we have this node module. So whatever the dependency we install, right, the package get extracted inside this node module. Obviously we are not going to touch to this particular folder. Then we have this public folder where we are going to keep all our images, font, assets, everything, so that you can directly use inside your application without providing path. Once you define the any assets path, okay, means the direct path, the next JS will automatically consider that you are accessing from this public folder. Then we have next.env.ts file, then next.config.mjs file, which is help us to configure the next related configuration. Then we have package.json, which contains the name of the application, the version, Also, it has a script to run the application and the dependency which is used or installed for this particular application. Then if you see, we have this list of dev dependency as well. Then we have post.css.config.js and the tailwind.config.js, which contain the Tailwind CSS related information. So this is all about our application. Now let's run the application. So go here inside the terminal, click new terminal. It will open the terminal like this, and just type npm run dev. So it will open the port 3000, and if you see, this is the URL on which our application is running. So open this URL. If you see, the URL name is localhost 3000, and this is the default page it opens. Now let me bring this side by side so you can understand much better. As I say very beginning, that this is the default page, okay? And if you see, this is the page.tsx file. This is the default page which get rendered on the screen. If you see, we have this get started by editing, then app.page.tsx, and everything is written over here. Now let's clean this out and just add the div tag and save it. And if you see, now screen is blank. Now if I type something on h2 tag, subscribe to TubeGuruji. Okay guys, if you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe. And if you see, as soon as I save it, it get rendered on the screen without refreshing this particular window. Okay, so beautiful, right? This is called fast reload. Okay, now or live reload. Now if you see on the background, you will getting this line, right? Because of this CSS is applied to this particular page. So inside the global.css, which contains all the styling which is applied throughout the application, so you can remove this 2 line of code, save it, and boom, now you have a clean page with a white background and this text written on it. Okay, so this is how you can create the Next.js application, and then you can run the application as well. Now next, as we know that we are using Tailwind CSS, okay, and along with that we are going to use one library called shadcn. Okay, and if you don't know about this shadcn UI, it's a very much popular library currently in the market, and it's based on Tailwind CSS again, and very easy to install. So I'm going to teach you about how we can use this and how to add it in our application and everything. So first thing, go to this ui.shadcn.com and then go to this docs, where we can have option called installation. Okay, so as we are using this Next.js framework, so click on Next.js, and then we will follow step-by-step guide so that we can install this shadcn. So first thing, obviously we already created the project and we already installed the Tailwind CSS, so we'll skip this step. Then we need to run the CLI command to install the shadcn UI. So copy this particular line of command as we are using npm, then make sure to open the terminal and click new terminal. Okay, and run this application, run this particular command. Now it will ask you some few questions. So it's asking first which style you would like to use. So it has a 2 style, default and New York. Okay, let me show you the difference between them. So let me go to in shadcn, and over here we have option called themes. So inside theme, if you see, this is, I think this is the default theme. Okay, but if I click on customize, okay, this is the New York theme, but if I click default, you will see the change. Okay, just I feel it's a size change. Okay, so it's up to you which size do you want to use, size do you want to use. I will preferably default one, so I will select the default one. Then you have option to choose the base color. Okay, if you see this, we have the slate, gray, zinc, neutral, stone. Okay, and these are the some of the color combination we have, right? I will select the zinc, maybe. Yeah, that's will be good. So select zinc. Now would you like to use CSS variable for colors? Okay, so you have option yes or no, so we will say yes. Then now it's installing all the dependency which is required for our application, and if you see, we are done. Now once we install this application, let's see what are the files and folder get created. So if you see here on the left hand side, the new folder get created out inside a root directory called components. This component is created when we install the shadcn UI. So whenever we want to use any component like button or dialog or table, anything, we have to install that component from the shared CN, and that particular component get added inside this component folder. In a minute, I will tell you how it works. Then we have this library folder. Inside that we have utils.ts file, which again added by the shared CN UI. And after that we have let me go to this app folder. We have global CSS. If you see, right, the bunch of CSS variable get added over here. Okay, and also in the tailwind.config.js file, or which is a TS file, here as well, if you see, the bunch of configuration get added here. Okay, so you can obviously customize, you can change it, no restriction to this one. Okay, so it's up to you how you want to use it. So let's try to install one component from the shared CN. So here let me go to this called components, and here I will search for the button, the simplest one. So click button. Here if you see, this is how button will look like once you install the component. And in order to install this component, you have to copy this command npm and then just paste it in a new terminal like this. Okay, now once this is installed, inside the component folder, right, it was before empty. Now once we install this button, the UI folder get created, and inside this UI folder we have new component called button.tsx, and inside this button it has some default code added here. Okay, now obviously we are not going to touch this one, but if you want to customize it, if you want to change the layout or something else you want to do, you can do it, because shared CN giving you a complete control over your component. Okay, now in order to use this component, here you can say I am in page.tsx. here I will just add button, and if you see, now this button get added from the component/UI/button, and then save it. Now let's go back to our application, and if you see, the button is added. Okay, but this button don't have any text. Let's add some text. So inside the button I will add subscribe and then save it. And if you see, boom, how beautifully the button get added without adding any styling or any Tailwind CSS classes, because shared CN is already taking care of that one, right? And if you see, you have button. Now obviously you can add your own class name. For example, if you want to change background to red, you can do that, guys. See, okay, so as I say, full control on the component which you added, but with the help of the shared CN you can add a lot of things, and you can minimize your coding as well. That is very helpful when you are developing any big application. Okay, so I hope you understand how we beautifully set up the shared CN as well. So now we are going to add a header for our application. So for the header, there are a couple of things we need to make sure we'll add it. Okay, so for example, let's make sure this is the top heading section. On this one, on the left hand side, we're gonna add a logo. Okay, so this will be a logo. Then we're gonna add some option here. Okay, so option 1, then we have another option called option 2, and so on. Okay, so I will just copy this one like this. Okay, and on the right hand side we have button for login. Okay, so here we can say get started, or maybe we can say login or something like that. Okay, and obviously we wanna add a method. Once user login, we wanna remove this button, and then we will go show the users icon. Okay, but let's go back to our application first, and then over here inside the app folder we're gonna create a new folder, and we can call it as a components. So here is thing. So if you want to give a name of the folder, right, you have to make sure that folder name should be start with the underscore if you don't want to make that particular folder as a route. Okay, so for example, in this case I will give the folder name which start with the underscore. Okay, so we are telling Next.js this particular folder is not a route. Okay, if you create a new folder, for example, let's create a new folder and we can call it as a details. Okay, let's say details. Okay, and inside this detail, let's say we added this page.jsx file. Okay, add the default template, and then you can just rename this details like this. Okay, and save it. Now what it will do, this details folder consider as a route, and if you go to this details folder like this, see it navigate into the details page. Okay, but if you try to go to this component folder, okay, or underscore component folder, it will not work, because we are telling our Next.js application that this is not a route. But if you provide the folder name like this, then it will consider as a route. Okay, so make sure you will not add the folder name for the folder which you don't want to act as a route. Now inside the component folder, what are the components we are required for this particular home screen, we will keep inside this folder. So let's create a new folder called header.jsx, and now here we need to add a template. Okay, so for that one, in each video I explain that for the VS Code, when you are developing any web or mobile application, make sure to install this beautiful extension called ES7 plus React Redux React Native Snippet and the Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. Okay, these are very helpful. For example, once you install this one, right, and you want to add a template, you just write rfce, which belong to React function export component, and boom, you will get a default template like that. Okay, now save this template. If you let me go to this localhost 3000, if you see right now, just button is showing, because inside the page.js we just have the button. I will remove this button. Okay, and now if you want to use this header, okay, you want to show this header on the UI, you need to import this header component inside the header. Okay, so we'll just add a header, and if you see, it's importing from the underscore component slash header. Okay, make sure that you imported this component. Let's save it, and boom, you got the header. Okay, now I'm going to use this logo placeholder called logo prism. Okay, which is the free and open source for the logo placeholder. Okay, so what I'm going to, I will just copy one of the logo. For example, let's copy this logo. Okay, once you click on this logo, it will just copy the svg file. Now go to this public folder, add the logo.svg, and then paste this copied code. Okay, now our logo is ready. Now inside the header, let's add an image. Okay, so this image tag we are adding from this next/image. Okay, next is providing their own image component. Now for this one, here we need to add source, and then you can directly access the assets or this particular logo, because we kept this in a public folder. At the very beginning, I explained about this public folder. Okay, then let's give the alt tag. I'll give as a logo. Then we need to give a width for this logo. Okay, so for this width, you can give something like let's say width 100, and then let's give height maybe 100. Okay, I will change this width maybe 180, and save it. Let's go back to our application, and this is how our logo will look like. See, then I'm gonna add one div. Inside div, I'm gonna add some menu icon, so I will add a h2 tag, and here I will say home. Okay, like say the home is texting printing on the screen. Same thing, I'm gonna copy a couple of times. Here I will say services about us. Okay, so three menu I added. Now let's bring everything in one line. So I will wrap this image and this menu div in one div only. Okay, and then for this div I will make a class name flex. Okay, then let's make item to be in the center, and for this div let's make this as one line. So make it flex, and once you make it flex, it will come in a line. Okay, let's make item to be in the center, so vertically it will be in the center. Then let's give gap. I will give gap of 6. Okay, and for this one also I'm gonna give gap of 8, something like this. Say, okay, perfect. Now obviously it's touching to our borders. So for this parent div, let's add a class name. Let's add a padding of 5. Okay, and I will add a shadow small, and that's look good to me. Okay, just make sure I will add a flex. Okay, and save it. Now if I increase the size, this is how it looks on the bigger screen. Now you can give, I want to give some padding on the x and y axis, that you can give it. Okay, so what I can do, instead of giving padding over here, let's go to this layout.js, okay, where we have these children. I will wrap this in one div, okay, something like this, and save it. Now one more important thing, as we imported this header inside the page.js, okay, but if you go to this another page, right, another screen, this header will be not there because you just imported it inside this header, okay. So what you can do, you can remove this header from here, okay, and you can insert it inside the layout, okay. So above the children, you can just add it here, so just add header and save it. See, nothing get changed, but now whenever you new page come, the header will be constant throughout the application. Now one more thing over here, let's add some padding. So for this one, I'm not gonna add a class name. I will add margin x to 6, but when the screen size is medium or larger, I'm gonna add padding to the x-axis to the 16. So on the left hand and right hand side, if I increase the size, this is how it looks. Perfect. Now let's go back to our header again. And for this one, I'm gonna add class name. Let's say on hover, we'll scale it to 105, okay. Also on hover, I'm gonna change the text color to something like purple because we want to change this to purple color, okay. So you have option here, see, okay, and if I hover on this one, you will see. But what we can do, instead of every time selecting this purple color and code, you can update only once at your Tailwind CSS file. So let's go to this tailwind.config.js file, and if you search here, okay, here we have this option called primary, okay. Here you can change your update with your own color. So what I'm going to do, here I will change it to some color code, for example hash, I will say 7f57f1, okay, and save it. Now you can directly use as a primary color. So here instead of this color, I can say primary and save it, boom. And if you see, it applied to this particular text. Obviously let's add some more styling, so cursor to be pointer, and if I hover on this one, see, this is how it looks. Same thing I'm gonna copy for all of this remaining menu, okay, like this. And if I hover on this one, see how beautifully it's showing this animation effect as well, okay, perfect. Now we need to show a get the button over here. But one more important thing I want to do, whenever the screen size is smaller, right now the screen size is smaller, I don't want to show this menu. So what you can do, here you can initially show as a hidden, but when the screen size is medium or larger, you can just add as a flex. So what we are telling to our browser, that when the screen size is medium or larger, then display, otherwise hidden. If I save it, if you see, it's hidden, but if I increase the screen size, it will display it on the screen. Next, let's show the button on the right hand side. So here I'm gonna add one div. Inside the div, I'm gonna add a button, and if you see, the button is importing from this UI button which we imported from the chat CN. Here I will say get started and save it. And now if you see that we change the primary color in the Tailwind CSS, so automatically it will apply to this button as well. Now for this div, for the parent div, okay, we'll just make flex justify between, so it will go at the right hand side, okay. So not here, we need to, maybe I need to mark it here and save it, okay, wait. So this button need to be at this side, and this justify between was correct over here, perfect. On it, see, it's on the right hand side. If I increase the size, this is how it looks, but when when on the smaller screen, this is how it looks, okay, perfect. So this is how we beautifully design our header, simple, clean, and easy to implement. So if you want to try more complex, you can try, okay, and let me know in the comment section if you have any issue or any question. Now we are going to build the hero or search section. So we will keep this simple, and this is how we are going to design it, okay. So on this top section, we're gonna add this header, okay, along with this subtitle. Then we have this beautiful search bar, and then we're gonna show the list of category, okay. But before that one, we'll implement this particular section, and for that one we will need to learn how we can set up the Hygraph. So let's go back to our application, and inside this application, okay, let me decrease the size, and inside this component folder I'm going to create one folder called search section, or we can call it hero.jsx. okay, add the default template, and then inside the page.jsx we'll add it as a hero over here. Okay, and save it. Now we'll see the text. Let's refresh once, and if you see, the hero text is showing on the screen. Now let's go to this hero.jsx, and inside here, first thing we're gonna add is to tag, and here we're gonna write find home service slash repair, find home service repair near you, or we can say find home service slash repair near you. That's fine. And then I'm gonna add another h2 tag for explore best home service and repair near you. Okay, now let's give some styling to this one. So let's add class name. Here I'm gonna add first thing font to be bold, and text size I'm gonna add 46 pixel. Here if you see, I'm giving the size inside this square bracket. It means that I'm gonna add a custom size here. Okay, you can provide your own custom size, and whenever you want to provide own custom size to the Tailwind CSS classes, you can define inside this square bracket. Now let me bring this down. Let's save this one. This is how it looks for now. Now make text to be in the center. Okay, if I increase the size, this is how it looks. It's a little weird, but that's fine for now. Okay, and for this div, I'm gonna add class name, make it flex, item to be in the center, make it flex column, and then make justify center. So over here I'm gonna add padding top to 14 and padding bottom at 7. If I increase the size, this is how it look. Obviously what we can do, we can break this text into two text. So I'm gonna add a br tag over here, and let me increase size. This is how it looks. Then for this service and repair, I'm gonna change this color. Okay, so I will wrap this in a span tag, because I want to change only the color of this service and repair text. Here I'm gonna add class name, add a text primary, save it. Let's give some space like this, and perfect. And if I increase the size, this is how beautiful it looks. Next we need to change the color of this one, so add a class name. I will text of excel, then text gray color, and here I'm gonna add 400. Perfect. Okay, and our this particular header section is ready. Now we need to add the input. Okay, for search bar. So for search bar, you can use Sachian input component. Okay, and this is how it looks. That's what we needed. So copy this first thing. Okay, I copy this Sachian input component. I'm gonna add one div, and let's add, first import this component that is important. So let's import this input component first, and once it import, you can just add it by using input component like this. Here you can add a placeholder, you can say it as a search, and this is how it looks. Okay, now you can add a class name to this one. So I'm gonna add class name. I will make corner to be rounded, so I will make rounded to be full, and then I will when the screen size is medium, I'm gonna add a width of 350 pixel. But over here for this div, I'm gonna give let me see how it looks first, because we want to we want the full width actually. Okay, perfect. If you see, right, if I increase size, that's look good to me. For this one, I'm gonna give margin top to 4, and let's save this one. Now I want to show the button here as well. Okay, so for that one, let's add a icon and then you can wrap that one. So I'm just adding this button tag. Okay, and inside that just we will add the search icon. Okay, so for the search icon, if I type the search, and if you see, this particular component is importing from the Lucid React. Okay, so Lucid React is very rich icon library, and if you go to this lucid.dev, you will find this library. Okay, you can see all of this icon, and if I hover on any of this icon, you will see the name of that particular icon. Okay, so when we install the SATC and UI, at that time the Lucid also get installed. Okay, and if you want to verify that one, you can go to this packet.json. Inside this dependency, you will see this Lucid React. It means that Lucid library is already installed and you are ready to use that one. Okay, so that's what we did, and if you see, this is the icon will look like. Now for this class name, I'm gonna add a rounded to be full. Okay, and also I'm gonna give a height of 50 pixel, and I'm going to change this size of icon. So give this class name, and here you can change the size by using height and width. Okay, let's do 4 and 4. Obviously you need to change this height as well. Okay, and then let's bring these both the things in one line. So for this div, I will make it flex. I'll do gap of 6, maybe 5, and make item to be in the center. Okay, if I increase the size, this is how beautifully it looks on the screen. Okay, perfect. Also, if you think for this flex, you can give a gap. Let's add a gap of 3. Okay, perfect. Now until this point, if you have any question, let me know in the comment section. If you see, we implement this complete path. Okay, now it's time to add this one, but before that we need to know about the Hygraph and how to use it. If you develop the mobile application for the same, then you will have better understanding that how can you use the Hygraph to develop that one. Okay, so for our database, we are going to use Hygraph. Hygraph is a CMS and which is very powerful, and it uses the GraphQL as a API. So if you never use the Hygraph, don't worry, because in this particular course we'll go one by one. So in order to build an backend for the any application, okay, we use MySQL. We have a lot of different CMS and Hygraph is one of them. As we are using Hygraph because Hygraph, first thing, is free. It's very easy to use and very fast. If you go to this pricing, you will see it has a free forever tier. Okay, and you can use it if you have small business as well. Okay, and that's where Hygraph is perfect fit for you. So if you don't have an account on the Hygraph, so just create an account, and this is the URL called hygraph.com. okay, and it uses the GraphQL. Okay, so it's very easy. I'm gonna teach you everything. Okay, so let's set up the Hygraph first. So first thing, let's go to this get started, and obviously I already have a project created. Okay, and if you want to search, let's go to this TubeGuruji.com, and over here there are some course which uses the Hygraph. For example, this car rental application, or there are many more which uses the Hygraph. Okay, even though if you want to learn about this React Native application, okay, for e-learning application, that also use the Hygraph, and you will see how convenient it is. Okay, so you can just on TubeGuruji.com and learn more about it. Now let's go here and click on add project. So here we can give the project name, so we can call it as a home service app. Then you can give description if you want, and select the region which is nearby you. Okay, so in this case I'm selecting Virginia because I'm in US, but if you are from India, select this India, Mumbai, or anything which is closer for you. Okay, so it's obviously reflect on your how fast data is fetching everything. Now let's add a project and wait for a few seconds. Now if you see, our project get created. Okay, now if you see here, it has a API call of 1 million everything. Okay, which is quite good, and it also have 5k entries. Okay, which is more than sufficient. Now on the left hand side, you will see some option called schema content, where you can add your content. the assets which store the file, images, video, whatever. The API playground, okay, where you can play with the actual GraphQL API. Okay, also it has option to project setting, a lot of things. Don't worry, we will go one by one. First, let's go to the schema, and here you can create a new schema. Okay, don't touch to this existing one. Now add a model, and here you can say the give the name, of for this particular model. So in this case, obviously we want to add a slider, so we say sliders. Okay, and everything, just add slider and everything is good. Add a model, and once it added, just wait for a few seconds, and if you see, the model is get added. Now whatever the inputs fields you want, you can just add it here. Okay, so for example, I will add the single line text and here I will give the name of the slider. Okay, you can use it as a title field. You can have validation, for example, make the field required or something like this, and click add. After this, we want the image. Okay, what are the image we want to add? So for that one, we have the option which is called asset picker. Okay, and here we can say image, and obviously I will make it field as a required field, and then click add. Okay, so just wait for to add it here. If you see, we added these two fields. Okay, perfect. Now let's go to this because we are ready with this slider. Okay, and as soon as you add it, it will get saved automatically. Okay, now let's go to this content, and here you will see the new created model, okay, which is slider. Now you have option over here called add entry. Okay, once you click on it, you can now add the entry. For example, I will say slider 1, add the image. Okay, so you can add the image, you can upload the image, or even though you can upload image from the web search. Let's search from something like offer slider. Okay, or you can upload your own. Okay, so just pick from this and upload it your own. So I don't like this, let's add from my device, and let's add this for now. Okay, and upload, and if you see, this image get uploaded. Now click on save and publish. Make sure to publish this image as well, so select this and click save and publish, and immediately this image get added here. Now you can add another entry, we can call slider 2, add the image, or if you want another image, select the one which you want. For example, let's select this image, click upload, and if you see, save, publish, done. Okay, and now we have the two record for the slider, and your slider is ready now. Okay, now the question is how to get this in the API form. Okay, so here you have option called API playground. Okay, and let's clean everything for now. Okay, and at the bottom, if you see, you can add the query, or if you can add mutation. The mutation is for the CRUD operation. For example, if you want to create, you want to update the record, you want to delete the record, that time you can use the mutation. But just if you want to fetch the record, you can use this query. Okay, now in that case, we want to fetch the sliders. So here you have option called sliders. Okay, and if you see, as soon as I expand this one, this query is get created. Okay, you can rename this, for example, get slider. Okay, now here whatever the field you want, you can select that one. So in this case, I want ID, then I want the name. Okay, and if you see, I added this ID and name. If I run this one, see, I got this slider, list of slider, and it has a ID, and obviously this ID is auto generated. Okay, and the name, which is slider 1 and slider 2. Now we want image, so if you see here, we have option called image. Inside that, we just want the image with the URL. Okay, you can get the image with this different sizes, but just we want URL. And if I run this one now, see, inside the URL we just got this URL of the image. Okay, and obviously if I copy this URL, paste it here, for example, and if you see, we got this image. Okay, now this query we're gonna use inside our application to fetch the slider. Okay, so obviously you want more fields, you can just select and automatically get added here, and then you can just test it out. Okay, and this is how useful this API playground is. Okay, now one more important thing, go to this project setting. Okay, and inside this project setting we have option called API access. Okay, inside the API access you will find this URL. Okay, this URL we gonna use to fetch the data. This is our master URL. Okay, you can call as a kind of REST API URL, and this is the content API you have for the upload on the management API or a high performance content API, but we're gonna use this one. Okay, also right now you can add the permission over here. Okay, for by default it has a read option, but if I go to this add permission, you can add the access. For example, let's add the read access for all stages and click add. Okay, now your API have a read access, and now you can able to read the data from this particular query. Okay, once you fetch it, obviously in the next section we will learn how to fetch that, how to use this query to fetch it in our application with the help of GraphQL. Okay, so this is nothing but a graph query. Okay, so see you in the next section. Here I already added some of the schema like booking, business list, category and slider. Everything, the screenshot of this one I added inside the link, and the link is in the description, so you can just copy the similar or add similar schema into your application as well. Okay, so inside the category, if you go here, okay, and I added this name, the icon, it means I added the asset picker, and the background color. Okay, so this background color, it means whatever the background color we are giving, okay, this background color will affect over here. It's not mandatory. Okay, just to give a better look, I added this one. Also I added this icon as well. So icon you can add it from the flaticons.com, you can get it from there. Now first thing, let's go to this API playground, and over here we gonna create our query. Okay, so for this one we can give the query name as a category, so add a category. Okay, I will clean this one, and over here let me remove this one. And as we want the categories, okay, obviously we want to fetch all the categories, so you have option called categories. If you see, we have another option called category. It will only fetch only one category information by providing ID inside the where clause, but we want all, so I will select categories. Now here we need a couple of things that you can choose. So first thing, for example, we want the background color hex, I will add that one. Okay, obviously we don't need a slider, so let's remove the slider. Okay, so I will close this slider. Then after that we will fetch ID, the name of the category, and what else? Okay, we want icon as well. Okay, so from the icon I will just fetch URL, I don't want any other information. And if I run this one, okay, if you see we have button here, if I run this one, we got the result. It means this query is perfectly fine. Okay, before that, okay, let me tell you one more thing inside the project setting. Okay, if sometimes you create application or creating the record or getting the record not working, so go to the project setting. Here we have the option called API access. This content API you have to use first thing, and then you have to make sure that for this public content API you are adding the permission like read, create, update. Okay, all of this permission. So let's go back to API playground, and our query is ready. Now in order to use the Hygraph inside your application, you have to use one library called GraphQL request. Okay, so this GraphQL request is used to fetch the data from the GraphQL query. Okay, it's very easy. First thing, let's install this GraphQL query. Make sure you are installing GraphQL request and the GraphQL as well. So over here, let me close this one. Inside the terminal I will paste it here, and then once it install, okay, let me close all of this tab. So inside the app folder we're gonna create a new folder, and we can call it as a underscore services. Inside the services folder I'm gonna create a new file called global api.js. okay, and first thing, let's define the master underscore URL is equal to, and then we have to add from the API playground. Let's go to project setting, API access, and if you see this endpoint, okay, the master URL endpoint we need to add. So this content API thing we need to add, so copy this one and we'll paste it here. Then obviously this key is important, so I will keep this key inside the .env file. Okay, so inside the .env.local file we'll create a new file, okay, just for the security purpose. So here we'll say next underscore. Now I'm giving the next underscore public because we are using this key on the client side. Okay, you have to make sure that your key will start with the next underscore public underscore and the name of the key, which is master URL. Okay, or key, something like that, and paste this key. Okay, copy this key name, save it. Let's close this one and just replace it here like process dot env dot the name of the key. Okay, after that, if I go to this request, okay, this is a sample request that how you can use to fetch the data. Okay, so don't worry, we will do that one. But now from this API playground, let's copy this query to fetch the category. So I copied it. Inside here I'm gonna create a new method called constant. We'll say get category is equal to, this will be async, so I will add a async, something like this. Okay, then we'll write constant query is equal to, you have to write GQL. Okay, if you see this GQL importing from the GraphQL request, and then you have to give this tag, and then you have to paste your query as it is. Okay, next you need to add a constant result is equal to await. Then you have to add a request. If you see, this request is again importing from the GraphQL request, and then you have to provide the first thing, you have to provide the master URL, and then you have to provide the query, so this query. Okay, and then you have to return the result, so obviously make sure to return the result, and then you have to export this particular method, so export default, and then you have to give the name of this method called get category, so that you can use throughout the application. Now let me close this one. And now our global API, this particular get category endpoint is ready. So now what we can do, we create new component for the category. So go to this component folder, let's add a category list.jsx, add the default template, and then inside the page.js file, after the hero section, we will add this category section. So I will add category list like this and save it. Okay, and if you see, the category list text is showing on the screen. Now inside the home folder only, we're gonna fetch the list of categories. So I will write constant, we'll say get category list. Okay, and here obviously you can access this particular endpoint using global API, because we kept in a global API file dot get category, and then as this is a promise, then we use then response. Now what I can do, I will just console the response. Okay, so that you can see whether the data is coming on or not. Okay, and every time when you develop the application, make sure you will go step by step. Okay, first thing you have to check whether the response is getting or not in the console. Obviously, in order to call this method, we're gonna use effect hook. Okay, so whenever this method, this component get execute, we'll call this method. So that's the reason I pass this empty array, so that use effect only execute once. Okay, let's save this one. As we use this use effect, that's the reason we got this error, because any hooks you only use inside on client side. So you have to mark this particular screen or particular page as a client, so by typing use client. Okay, and now if you see, the error is gone. Now if I go to this inspect panel, let's go to the console, and if you see, we got the result called object. Inside that we have the list of categories. Perfect. Okay, but if you see here, we inside the result we have the categories as a object name, and inside that we have the all our result. Okay, so what you can do, just copy this text, and then you can access the list of category by providing list of categories. And if I save this one, okay, let me refresh the screen. Now you will get only this list. Perfect. Now you will see here, you are getting this result 2 times. Okay, so what happened in Next.js, sometimes this use effect execute 2 times, even though we define here as a empty array. Okay, so to fix this issue, let's go to this next.config.mjs file. Okay, where we use this for a configuration purpose. Here you have to write the React strict mode and make it true. And let's save this one. Let's refresh the screen. Okay, so once you update any configuration file, it will take some time to load the application. Okay, so if I refresh it, okay, I think we have to make it false. Let's try this one. Okay, now if I refresh the screen, okay, let's refresh it again, and if you see, now it only execute once. Okay, so we have to make sure inside the next.config.mjs file you will update the or add this React strict mode field or value. Okay, now once we have the result, here we will store in one state. So define one state called constant category list comma set category list is equal to use state, and I will provide the empty array. Okay, so what it will do, it will hold the value for the list of category, and this set category list will help us to set the value. Okay, so instead of console log, here I'm gonna write set category list like this, and then save it. Now once we have the list of category, let's pass this category list to this component. We'll pass category list is equal to category list, and inside this category list component, let's accept it here as a props like this. Now we have to display the list of categories over here. Okay, so in order to display it, let's iterate this category list first. So here I'm gonna add category list dot map, and inside that I'm gonna add category comma index like this. Okay, and inside that I'm gonna add one div and save it. Now let's display the image first. So I'm gonna add image. If you see, I'm going to add this image from the next/image. Then we have to provide the source category dot, and now we need to get the image URL. Okay, so if I go to this API playground, okay, here you will find, so inside the icon field we have the URL, and inside that we have this actual URL. Okay, so we'll access it using category dot image dot URL. Here I'm going to give alt as icon width will give 35, and height I'm gonna give 35. If I go back here, and okay, we got one error that cannot read property of undefined. So let's see the issue. Oh, it need to be icon. Okay, and okay, now we got another error that it's saying that this particular host name called media.graphasset.com is not configured under the images inside this next.config.js file. Okay, so what you have to do whenever you are using any third party URL, okay, that domain name need to be added inside your next.configuration file, so that we are telling Next.js application that this particular URL is whitelisted. Okay, and it's not an issue regarding the security. So let's go to this next.config.js. Inside here you have to add images tag. Inside that you have to provide the domains, and then you can provide the list of domains. So let's copy this one, paste it here, and then save it. And now obviously let's refresh the screen. Let me close this one now, and if you see, now the error is gone. Okay, let me refresh it once, and now on the left hand side you will see this bunch of icon. Perfect, that means it's working fine. Now obviously we need to give some style. For first thing, for this particular div, I'm gonna add a class name, and here we're gonna add margin on the x-axis to 4. When the screen size is medium, we're gonna add margin x to 22, and when the screen size is large, we're gonna add margin x to 52. Okay, then we'll make it as a grid, and when the screen size is smaller, we can make the grid column 3 maybe. Okay, when the screen size is medium, we'll make grid column 4, and when the screen size is larger, we'll make grid column 6. Okay, and make sure to give gap between all the icons. I will get 4, and if you see, this is how it looks. After this images, right, let's give the text as well, the name of the icon. So this will be a category dot name, and this is how it looks. Now let's bring everything in center. So class name here I will give like this, and here you can just make it flex column, item to be in the center, and justify center. See, now it comes everything in the center. Let's give gap of 2 between this image and the text and save it. Now let's add a background here. Okay, so obviously if you see, we are inside the category, right? We already have this background color because we already added that one. Let's use that one. Okay, or maybe time being you can use your own. Okay, it's up to you. But in order to use a dynamic background, you have to first wrap this class name inside the curly braces, and then you have to add this tag. Okay, let me remove this single quote, and over here I'm going to add a background, then I'm going to add color, and obviously we're going to give the custom color, so that's the reason I'm using this square bracket. And inside there we need to add a dynamic one, so dollar and curly braces, and here you can give category dot bg color dot hex. Okay, this is our color that which we want to give. Now the thing is, right, many times the color will not display immediately because you are adding a dynamic color. So if it didn't work, right, you have to refresh, clear a cache, or you can just use your own color combination. For example, if you want to use purple and some color combination like 200, see, like this. Okay, let's use 100. Perfect, like this. Okay, and that also gonna work. It's up to you. Now let's add a padding of 5. Okay, and then I will make corner rounded to large. Okay, if I increase the screen size, this is how beautifully it looks. See, perfect, right? Then let's add a on hover effect. Let's add a cursor to be pointer, then on hover we'll just scale it to 110. Okay, let's add a transition all effect for the smooth animation, and then is in out. Now if I increase the size, if I hover on it, this one, see how beautifully it's working. For the text, so this is the text. Okay, I'm gonna add a class name, let's say text medium size. Okay, let's keep the text as it is for now. I just want to change the text to be primary color. Let's see how it looks. That's look much better now. Perfect. And then I think that's pretty much for this category list. Okay, now one more thing I've forgot to tell you, that we can change the font of this complete application. Okay, so in order to change the font of the application, what you need to do, let's go to this layout.js file. Okay, so this layout.js, and if you see right now it used this inter font. Okay, and this inter font is importing from this Google font. Now you can add your own. For example, if I want to use outfit, okay, that's I like and we are going to use for this application, let's add outfit. And if you see, as soon as I type, I get the recommendation, and now this outfit you have to replace with this inter. You can change this constant name, that doesn't matter, and then save it, and you got the result. And if you see, it changed the font for your application. It's look good, right? Perfect. So now the next thing what we need to do, as you know that we are fetching this category list from the server, right? And obviously we need to show some kind of loading. If it takes some time to load the application, if I refresh the screen, see it's taking some time to load the list of category. So to fix it, right, we need to show some kind of skeleton effect. Okay, some kind of loading effect. If you did not know about the skeleton, let's go to this Tailwind CSS and just type animation. Okay, and inside the Tailwind CSS, right, you have some kind of the animation effect. It's look like this, see the loading effect. Or even you go to this chat CN, it has their own component called skeleton, and you can use it here like this. Okay, but I'm going to tell you a different way and simplest way. So let's go to this category list for where we need to show this skeleton effect. Here, whenever we need to write condition, obviously whenever the category list dot length is greater than 0, then only I will add a question mark, then only show the category list, otherwise show the skeleton loading effect. Okay, so here I'm gonna add that one, but obviously, for time being, what I'm going to do, I will revert this condition so that we can test this out. Here now you need to add some array. Okay, so in this case I'm gonna add 1 2 3 4 5 6 dot map. Okay, here I'm gonna just wrap this, and then we'll iterate this value. So item comma index, like this. Add a div like this. Only one thing we mistake here. Okay, let me put this above this one. Oh, sorry, not here. Okay, and now we need to add curly braces, maybe here like this. Something is missing, right? Let me clean this. Let me undo this one, because so here we have the list of category, and this is the div, right? So here maybe we need to add that condition, and then here we can add, for example, let's add a div. Yeah, that's perfect. Now obviously we don't want to add div. Here we're gonna add a empty array 1 comma 2 comma 3 comma 4 comma 5 comma 6 dot map, and then item comma index, something like this. Okay, now inside this one I'm gonna add one div. Let's add a div. Oh god, so let's add a div. I don't know why this extra recommendation is getting, and inside this div we are not putting anything, but let us add a class name. Here we're gonna give height of 120 pixel. Okay, now obviously you cannot see anything, because let's revert this condition. Then once we add the height, let's add a width of full. Okay, let's add a background color of slate, maybe 200, and save it. And if you see, we got these empty boxes, but it's not look good. Let's add an animate spin. Okay, sorry, animate pulse. And if you see now, once you add, it's giving some kind of animation, loading animation, right? That's what we needed. And we are just making these particular boxes look like our category list. Okay, so I've added this rounded large and perfect. See, if I increase the size, it automatically taking the place of the category, because we defined this particular, or we iterate this list inside this particular div. Okay, it's already taken care of. Now I will revert this one to original position, and boom. Now if I refresh the screen, you will see this loading effect, and then you will see the actual result. That's what we wanted, and that's how it's working perfectly fine. Okay, just I'm thinking the changing this background color is, I feel it's a little darker, so let's add a 50. Yeah, I think this is fine. Okay, perfect. So guys, that's all for this particular section. I hope you understand how we fetch the data from the Hygraph with the help of GraphQL, and then display it on the screen. Now once you learn how we can fetch the data from the Hygraph with the help of a GraphQL request, it's very easy to fetch any kind of data. You just need to create a query. You have to make sure that query is working fine and running as expected, and then you can just use it to fetch it on the screen. Now it's time to add the business list. So in order to display business list, this is how we are going to display. Okay, so here if you observe carefully, we have the business image. Okay, that the image we are going to show here. Then here we're going to show the category. Okay, then the name of the business, who is the contact person, and the address, and the last the button for the book now. Okay, and inside the API playground, okay, inside the schema or content, we have the one schema called business list, and inside that schema, let me show you the schema. So here we have the business list. I store the name, the contact person, the address, about. Okay, these are the just a text. This is a multi-line text. Then the images. Okay, so if you see, observe here, I added the multiple images. Okay, so I can upload more than one image. Then I reference or connected this particular business list with the category. So you can also connect it. We have the one schema component called reference, okay, where you can connect the existing schema with each other. Then the email, and also I will connect with the booking later on. Now inside the content I added here, okay, let me show you some of them. So if you see over here, there is some sample example that you can add the booking information, sorry, the business information like this. Okay, now let's go back to our API playground. I'm gonna add a new query here. We'll give the name, or let's add a business list first. Okay, so let's give the name, for example, business list. Now inside the business list, first thing we're gonna add is about. Let's add address. Then I want to add a category, so category name. Then the contact person, okay, then email of the user. We don't need it for now, but I'm just adding that one. Then we're gonna add the image. Obviously we need an image, so let's add that one as well. So okay, image URL, okay, make sure to add ID because we need that ID, the name, and then I think that's all. Okay, and if I try to execute it, make sure you are getting the result. Perfect. Now copy this query as it is, and then go back to our application. So inside the global API, we're gonna create a new method called constant get business list, or we say get all business list, okay, because we are fetching all business list. Oops. And over here we're gonna add the constant query is equal to GQL, this tag, and then paste the query. And the last, we're gonna add this particular, or we will just copy this request call like this, make this method as a async because we are using await, and make sure export this one. So get all business list and save it. Now we have this get all business list endpoint is ready, so just use it inside this page.js. So inside the page.js, I'm going to create a new method. Here we can call it as a constant get all business list like this. Okay, I will just add a documentation for this one, used to get all business list. Okay, and for this one I will say used to get all category list. Now over here just use global API dot get all business list, then response like this. Make sure that we are getting the response, so I will write response here, and then you can call this get all business list inside this use effect, and then save it. Now if I go back to the inspect panel and go to the console, let's clean this out, let's refresh the screen, and if you see, we got the business list. Right now we have the 7 business list. Okay, obviously you can access the list of business list using this response dot business list. Okay, and save it. Now if you see inside the console, we have one error that it's not an error, but it's a warning. It's saying that each child in the list should have unique key property. Okay, so whenever we iterate the list of category list over here, right, here we define the index as well, and for the each of this div or component which we are using, right, you have to provide the key property, and this key need to be a unique one. Okay, obviously index hold the value kind of 0 1 2 3, and that's the reason it's a unique, and then we have provided it as a key. Now if I refresh it, let's refresh it, and okay, so let me, this is category list, right? Okay, same thing we have to do it here as well, and save it. Let me refresh it now, and if you see, there is gone, and this is the business list which we just fetch. Now let's go back to the page.js and let's define one state constant, say business list comma set business list is equal to use state, and here I'm gonna add empty, and then let's set the value. So instead of console log, I will just set the business list and save it. Perfect. Now we have the business list. let's create a new component to display the list of business. So inside the component folder, I'll create a new component called business list.jsx, add the default template, and here I will accept the business list, and then inside the page.js, after the category list, let's add a business list component. Okay, and for this business list, let's pass this business list. Okay, and then save it. Okay, this is how it looks. See, now inside the business list, obviously we need to iterate. Let's first give the title for the business list. So I'm gonna add h2 tag. Inside that one, obviously I'm gonna provide a title, okay, which can be dynamic, which we're gonna pass it here. The reason that I'm passing the title as well, because we can use this business list component at some other location as well. Okay, so that's the reason. Let me close this console. So inside the page here, I'm gonna add the title, title here, and we'll say popular business, and let's save this one. If you see, the text is showing as a popular business. Obviously for this div, I'm gonna add a class name, margin top to 5, and for this h2 tag, I'm gonna add a class name. We'll say font bold, text of 22 pixel, something like this. See, now then we will iterate the business list in order to display it. So I'm gonna add one div tag. Inside that, I'm gonna add a business list dot map. We'll say business comma index, and then we'll add a div. Okay, obviously as you know, we can provide the key as the index, and then first thing, let's display the image. So image I will be importing from the next/image. Then we provide the source. So in this case, is source is business. You can every time you can check it here. Okay, so if you see, inside that we have images, and we actually have the list of images because we are uploading multiple images, right? Obviously we want to show only the first image. So what in order to access that, you can just write images, then 0th element dot URL, something like this. Okay, then you need to provide the alt tag. We'll say, we'll just add business image, business last name as the alt tag. Okay, then width, I'm gonna add a width of 500 for now, the height maybe 200. Let's save it. Let's go back to our application, and if you see, we are getting the list of business. That's look good to me. Now obviously we're gonna add a styling to this one. So first thing, let's add a class name. We'll add a height of 150 pixel. When the screen size is medium, I'm gonna change the height to 200 pixel. Then I will make object cover and rounded corner. Okay, so it's look weird, but that's fine. And now for this particular div, let's add a div. Let's make it grid. Now when the screen size is smaller, we'll show the grids columns too. See, like this. But when the screen size is medium, we're gonna show grids column 3. When the grid size is larger, we'll show grid column 4, something like this. Okay, we'll give gap of 6 and margin top to 5. If I increase size, see, this is how beautifully it's looking, right? Good. Then after this image, we're gonna add a div tag, and for this div tag, I'm gonna add the h2 tag where I'm gonna show the business name, the category name. So in order to access category, so it will be in the business.category.name. Okay, let me show you that one. So if you go here, if you see, we have this category. So inside the business list, obviously so we are calling business, and inside that we have the category and then name. Obviously I will gonna add the styling to this one. So add a class name. We'll add a padding of 1, then background of purple, maybe we'll add a 200. Okay, then we'll make a text to be primary, then rounded full, and then padding x to 2. Okay, and we'll make text size of 12 pixel. See, like this. Now right now if you see it's the width is completely full, right? So what you can do for this div, first thing I'm gonna make it flex. Obviously this need to be a flex column, and you can say item baseline. See, okay, now it's just wrapping to this particular text. After that one, let's add a padding of 3. Okay, perfect. And for this complete div, I'm gonna add a shadow, small maybe, or not this one, or not here. We're gonna add for this div, so class name, and we'll add a shadow medium. See, obviously we'll make a rounded corner, so rounded to be large. Perfect. We'll add a more styling to this one later on, but first let's complete this business information thing. So again, the h2 tag for the business name. Then for this one, let's add a class name. We'll say font bold, text large. After this, I'm gonna add another h2 tag for business dot contact person. See, okay, another h2 tag for the address. Okay, so let's add a styling to this class name. We'll say text gray 500, text small. And for this one, actually we will keep I will change this to the address. I thought it's the address. And for this one, I'm gonna add a text primary. Sorry, text primary. See, perfect. It needs to be gray. Perfect. And if I increase the size, see how beautifully it's looking on the UI. Okay, so this is how beautiful you can design on your own. Okay, you can obviously customize it according to your need. Now once we design this one, right, let's add some styling to this particular div. So let's go back here. Sorry. So for this div, I'm gonna add a hover effect. So on a hover, I'm gonna increase the shadow to large. So if you see, it's changed the shadow. Okay, also I'm gonna add a shadow color. So shadow of purple maybe, or let's add a primary only. Okay, see, but we need to add only on a hover. So on a hover, we'll see the shadow. Perfect. He'll make this cursor pointer, so whenever I hover on this one, it will see the pointer. Perfect. If I, let's see how it looks. See, okay, now you can also give the scale effect. So for example, on hover, what I'm going to do, I will just scale it to 105. For a smooth animation, I'm gonna add a transition all and the is in out. Oh god. Okay, if I go here, see, perfect, right? That's look awesome, guys. Now the last is we need to add a button. So over here is a shortcut button to book the appointment. Button, and here I'm gonna say book now. See, this button is showing. Now there are a couple of ways that you can design this button. You can show the full width, you can show on the left hand side. Okay, I will keep this simpler way. I don't want to show a complete width because it will be little messy, or not messy, but there are a lot of things will be displaying on the screen, right? Okay, so here I'm gonna add a class name. I just want to check how it looks when I do the ground corner rounded. Okay, so let me so class name I added, rounded, LG I added. I don't know why. Let's try to add full. Okay, so it's already corner rounded. Okay, yeah, I want to add a full actually. And this is how it looks. Let's keep large only. Okay, and for this div, I'm gonna add a gap of 3 maybe, or maybe 2. So let's add one only, and I'm gonna add padding mask to 3. And if I increase the size, see, this is how beautiful it's looking on the screen, right? Sounds good, perfect. And it's completely responsive, guys. If I go to the inspect panel and change the size, right, depends on the screen size. If you see, it's change the layout. See, okay. And if you see, the image also changing their size depending on the screen size. If I go to this view, okay, this is the, you can change this view to mobile view as well. Here you can select the whatever the dimension you want. Here if you see, we have the different kind of font resolution, and see how beautifully it's looking on the screen. Perfect, right? So quick thing, as we know that we added this skeleton effect to this category, here for this business as well we want to add it. If you see, the business list also need a loading effect, so let's add it. So let's go to this business list, and obviously over here we need to add a condition that business list dot length is greater than 0 question mark, and then we're gonna add a condition over here. Otherwise we're gonna add a div, for example. Make sure that we are adding correctly. Perfect. Now I will just revert the condition in order to test this out. So instead of this div, I'm gonna add 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 or 8 only dot map. Inside that we'll say item comma index, the similar way what we added inside the category, same way we are going to add it here as well. Add a div. For this one I'm going to add class name width to be full, height I'm going to add maybe 200 pixel, then background select 200. Let's save this one, let's see how it looks. See, then I'm going to add a rounded to be full, or not full, sorry, large. Here I'm going to change this width to maybe 500. 500 is too large. 400 300. Yeah, if I increase the size, this is how it looks. See, okay. Obviously I forgot to add the animate spin or the pulse, animate pulse. Okay, perfect. Now let's revert this condition back to its original like this and save it. Now if I increase the size, this is how it looks. See, perfect. Okay, now one more thing, obviously I kept this simple, right? But you can add a more thing into that one, like show this kind of effect for this text and everything. Okay, but for this example I kept the simple, but if you see how beautifully it's looking on the screen. Okay, so I hope you understand. So now we are going to add authentication for our application, and for that one I'm going to use this latest and modern authentication service called Descope. So Descope is a drag and drop authentication service, and it's very easy to use, and it's based on the Next.js, and it provides some kind of feature which no authentication service provider is providing right now in the market. So first thing, let me tell you about this. Descope is completely free to use, and there are a lot of features which you can explore from this authentication service. Okay, for the pricing, you have different options. It has a free forward tier where you can add up to 7,500 monthly active user, which is more than sufficient for any small business. So first thing, let's create an account to this Descope. Once you create an account, it may ask you to create a new project for you. Okay, so I will also create a new project from here. So I will give name as a home service app or web app. Okay, I will say a web. I will keep it non-production for now, and let's say create. Now once you create the project, you might land like this page. Okay, let's say get started. Now who you are building this application for? Okay, so obviously it's consumer, so select consumer, click next. Then what kind of authentication you want to add? Okay, you can select from here. So this is the primary one. I want to add a social authentication, and if you see, as soon as I select, it's showing as a primary, and you can choose up to 2 methods. Okay, it has a one-time password, it has a magic link, it has an authenticator application, SSO, and lot of things. I will check the passkey as well. It means email and password. Once you select this, go to the next step. It's saying which method you want to use for MFA. So just go ahead without MFA. Okay, and this is how your page will look like. Okay, so it has a sign in, sign up page, sign in, sign up, and step up page. Okay, go to the next, and boom, you will land on this beautiful page where it will show how the page will look like. Okay, it has a different page. You can see over here. Okay, now this page you can customize completely. It's up to you how you want to customize. Okay, if you see, the next step is customization. Let's go to the customization. Here you can say the project name, a lot of different things actually. Okay, I will go back because we will customize in a moment. Okay, now what we need to do, we have to click on this give quick start guide where it will jump on for the documentation. Okay, now here obviously we are using Next.js. Select the Next.js, and we are using app routing, so keep this app routing as it is. And these are the steps we need to follow. Okay, we'll do one by one. So first thing, you need to install this next auth. Okay, so copy this next auth command. Okay, as I say in the beginning that this depends on the next auth only, so paste it here. After that one, you need to create a new folder called API inside the app folder. Inside that you have to create another folder called auth, and inside that we have the next auth. Okay, so let's go back here inside the project folder. Inside the app folder, I'm going to create a new folder called API. Inside that we need to create a folder called auth. So let's create a new folder called auth. Again, inside that we create a new folder called next auth. Okay, and inside that we'll create a route.js file. Okay, now inside that you have to import all of this text. Okay, so I will copy everything as it is and then paste it here. Okay, we have one error because we are using JS file, we don't need this type, and then save it. Let's remove this import as well. Now once you done this one, let's scroll down little bit, and it's just saying, oh sorry, let me go back here. It's just saying that you need to initialize this Descope provider. Okay, so let's scroll down. This is the next method. So inside we have to create a new file called provider.tsx. Okay, and inside that we have to add this code. So this code, obviously what it's doing, we are keeping this children inside the provider.tx file. Okay, so let's create a new file called provider. So inside the root directory we have to create, okay, inside the app folder, here we'll create provider.js file. Now inside this provider.js file, I will copy everything as it is. I will paste it here. Obviously this is JS, so we really don't need this type. Okay, and then save it. Next, let me increase the size. Next, inside the layout.tsx we have to wrap the children inside the next auth session provider. So let's go to this next auth session provider inside the layout, and we'll wrap it here like this. Okay, and then save it. Next, if you scroll down, we have the authentication flow. So maybe inside the navigation bar, this is just example that how to use it. Okay, now this is the just we can use the sign in to sign in it, and the session management obviously we'll do it later on, but now let's test this out. So first thing, let's go back to our application. So where is the application? Here. So right now obviously you will see nothing on the screen. Okay, so it's saying the next auth is not defined. Make sure to import this one. See, obviously we imported this inside the provider. Okay, so this is what we define, so that's the reason. And now if you see, the error is gone. Now once everything is done, right, and now we can ready to add the sign in page. So what you can do, once you click on this get started, okay, we will open the login page. So let's go back to our header. So inside the header we added this get started. I will just rename this to login/sign up, something like this. Say, let me add space, and then we add on click method on this one. Okay, and here I will call this sign in method, see, from the next auth. Okay, and then save it. Now once you save it, we got error that this sign in method cannot use directly on the client server side. So you just make this component as a use client. and if you see, there it is gone. Now if I click on this one, if you see, it jumped to the page where it's saying sign in with Descope. Obviously we don't want this button. Instead of that, we directly want the page for the sign in. So what you can do, for this one, you can provide the option called sign in option called Descope, because we are using the Descope authentication. Okay, so here I will just say Descope. Let's save it. Let's go back again, refresh it, and now log in it. And if you see, now that button is gone, and you will see the beautiful login page. Now here you will see a couple of things. Right now we don't have logo because we did not added logo from the Descope dashboard, but you can log in with the Google. Okay, so if you see, we have the option to log in with the Google, but before that I want to add a logo. So go back to our dashboard of the Descope. On the left hand side, you will see a bunch of options. Okay, here you have to select the styles. Inside the style, you can upload the logo which you want to upload for this particular screen. Okay, or you have another option. Okay, so if I go to this flows, okay, and here we are using this sign in flow. Here you will see a bunch of option. Okay, so let me explain what is flow. This flow, it means once you land on this particular screen, the welcome screen, and which they are called welcome screen, but it's actually the authentication screen. Okay, so this authentication screen you can modify according to your need. Then it will show the flow. If what the user selected this social authentication, then it will go to this social authentication logic. Then it's checking if new user is there. Then you have to add some couple of options, see, kind of thing. There are a lot of things that you can add it. If the user is existing, what need to do. If user is new user, what need to do. All of this screen, you can add your custom screen as well. Okay, you want to add once user sign up and is a new user, you want to add something, some screen which takes some extra information, you can add it here instead of adding a new page inside your application. Okay, so now what we can do, we'll change this welcome screen. So here if you see, we have option called edit. Click edit and boom, you will land on this beautiful page. Okay, here you have the option to upload the logo. You can even change this name. Now if you want to add more option, you can add it here, and you will see the bunch of option here. Okay, so for example, let's add along with the Google, let's add a Facebook. I will add the Facebook here. Okay, you can change the name. You can say the continue with Facebook. Okay, you can have option to fill the container. You can change the size, layout, and everything. And if you think everything is good, you can say done. Also you have option to add inputs. Okay, so invite user. So if I add here option called invitees. Okay, so obviously we don't want it, I will delete this one. But as I say, you can create your own form as well once user sign in. That's cool, right? Now I added this information. Okay, and let me show you how it looks and how the flow actually works. Now let me go back, let me refresh the screen, and if you see, this new button get added. Now let's continue with the Google. Let me select one account to log in with, and boom, if you see, it's added me new page. It's saying to complete sign up, please provide the following information. Now it's asking me the full name. Obviously take the full name, but that's nothing but this flow. Okay, now this is a new user. Okay, so if you see, this new user is connected to this new screen called user information, and if you edit it, it's saying to complete your sign up and everything, and this page is nothing but the page is displayed on the screen. Okay, now once, let me go back, once user submit it and updated it, it will show its success message. It's an action. Okay, then now maybe later or from biometric, you can add the biometric function as well. If you don't want it, just click remove. See, if you don't want this one, just click remove, boom. And this how simply it is, right? Now you can connect it with this end tag as well. Okay, means once the user updated this user name and information, if user is new, you can just update it and then you can click save. And if I save everything, boom, everything is get saved. Now another thing is, if you want to add your own action on screen, here you have option, and you will see the screen action connector condition. Everything you can add it here. You want to add a screen, just add it here. You can connect the screen, you can add the button, text, whatever you want, guys. If you see, there are a lot of things that you can add it from this flow. And as I said in the very beginning, that Descope is a completely different from the other authentication service, and that's the reason very powerful and very easy to use. Yeah, that you don't need to do. Now another use case of this one, without creating a for example, if you want to create a form, and for that one you need to log in, then you need to get the form information and submit it. You don't need to create app. Descope will take care of that one. Create the form, then add authentication, and obviously with the help of this new screen and everything you can do it, and then you can just publish it. So simple, right? You can add in your app in existing app as well. So that's all about this particular flow. Okay, now let's go to style. I want to upload this, change this logo. So what I will do, I will just put it there. So whatever logo we have, I will just copy it from this public folder, and this is logo, right? Just paste it here. If you see, this logo is updated. Let's apply it. Let me go back to our application. Let me go back, refresh it once, and let's see, this logo is showing, right? It's very big. Now you can, if you want to change it, let's go to flow where we have this sign up, sign in. I will edit it here. I will change this size, for example 70. See, now let's say done, and now immediately you can test this out here. Oh, I don't know whether I saved it or not. Let's save this everything. Let me check that. Oh yeah, we save it, right? Okay, perfect. Let me go back. Let me click login and sign up, and boom, this, you see the logo name is little bit now small. Okay, so this is how you can add the authentication with the Descope. Now let's complete the workflow. Okay, so I added this authentication service provider. Now again, and if you see, I did the login and everything is done now. Okay, obviously it's not showing here because we did not change this button and everything, but now I added it, or I log into this application, and if I go to this home, you will see the active user, the new user, and just now I log in. See, okay, now inside the user's information you will see the username, the email which I log in, and everything. Okay, so that's how guys you can, with the help of Descope, you can add the authentication. Now there are a lot of different features you have here. You can just explore it, and as I say that this is free to use. Okay, so don't worry about anything, that whatever the content you see in this particular course on this channel is completely free. Now it's time to show the user image on the screen. So it's very easy. Go to the header, and over here at the top, the first thing we need to get is the user session information. So here what I can do, I will write a constant. We'll say user, oh sorry, we'll say data is equal to use session, and if you see, this use session is inputting from next auth. And what I'm going to do, I want to show the data, what data is getting, right? So inside the use effect, whenever data is available, I'm gonna just print this out. So you have also need to make sure that once you log in, you are getting data, and if you see, we got the data, it's saying the user information. So inside the data we have user, and it has an email, image, and name. Perfect, that's what we wanted. Now what we can do, either you can save it in one state, or you can directly use it. It's up to you. Okay, so let's use it directly over here. So now here we can write the condition, if data dot user is available. Okay, then I want to show the image. Okay, so here I'm gonna add image source, and then user, data dot user dot image. Okay, because we are directly using this one. Okay, you can store it in your separate state as well, it's up to you. Then otherwise show this button, something like this. Okay, and then let me add a styling to this one. So class name, I'm gonna, instead of class name as well, let's add alt tag first, user, then we'll give width of 40, height of 40, and for class name I will just round at the corner and save it. Okay, so we got one error that it's saying this particular domain is not configured. So make sure to configure this domain under the next.config.js file. So let me close this one. Let me go to this next config.js file. Along with this graph I said, make sure to add this domain as well. And now refresh it and let's wait. So if you see, let me refresh it again, and if you see, now it's changed to user's image. So cool, right? Along with that one, you can give option, more option, like you just click on this one, you can give option to show the menu like my booking, or option for logout. Okay, so that option you can add it. But I hope you understand how we get the information after login with the help of this use session and display it on the screen. Now let's do one thing. So let's add a menu. So far, in order to add a menu, I'm going to use a dialog menu, sorry, drop down menu from the shared cn. Okay, so this is how it looks. See, so what you can do, just import this first. So copy this command, go to your terminal. So I will paste it here, and then I will copy this import statement. Okay, and let's import it here. Then this is a drop down menu. I will copy this one as well, and then we need to paste it before this one. Okay, so whenever the user is there. Now if you see, this is the trigger point. Okay, so obviously what we need to do, copy this or cut from this here and paste it here. Oh, sorry, here, like this, and then save it. Okay, now if I increase the screen size, let's go to our application, and if I click on this one, you will see the option. See, okay, it has a profile, billing, team, subscription. Obviously we don't want that one, you can just change this one. Okay, so obviously I will keep this label here. I will say my booking, then here I will say logout. I don't want this one, so I will remove it, save it, and now if I click on this one, see how beautifully it's showing this menu, right? So cool. Now on the logout, right, if I go to here, we can add an on click method, and here we have method called logout. I don't know what it's called. Okay, so logout, I don't know. Oh, so that's, I think, called sign out. Let's see, sign out. Oh. And if you see, sign out from the next auth. Okay, but that's what we wanted, and save it. That's all. Okay, now if I click logout, it will get logout from the application. But I hope you understand how we added this a drop down menu as well. Now if I go to the inspect panel, we might have one error. Okay, if I go to the console, let's see. Okay, so we don't have error, but there is one important thing, that whenever we add anything like button, image, make sure to make it as a child. Okay, just we are telling this drop down, okay, this is a child element, and if you see, everything's perfectly working now. Now if I try to log out it, if you see, it's log out and come, or obviously it's redirect to the same page, but now this kind button get changed. Now you have button. If I click login again, you have option here, say continue with the Google, select the account, and boom, you are on the home screen with this user image. Okay, so that's how, with the help of this Descope authentication service, you added this beautiful authentication in your application. Obviously we learned a lot of different authentication, and this is the new way that you added this authentication service. So guys, if you have any question, let me know in the comment section. The link of this Descope authentication is in the description. You can just create a new account and let me know how you think about the Descope. If you really like, comment in the comment section, and if you really want to see Descope again in the next video, let me know in the comment section as well. We are going to add a new screen. When user click on any of this category, we're gonna open the new screen, and then only the business belong to that category will display it on the screen. So for example, if you see right now, we designed this beautiful home or home screen, and now user click on this any of this category, we're gonna redirect to the new screen where it has the list of business list belong to that category, and also we're gonna show the category the list of category option on the left hand side. Okay, now this section will be constant. and only this section gonna change. If you just select any of this category from this particular category list, we have to make sure only this list is changing and not this complete screen is get updated or this category get changed. Okay, so obviously there where the routing play a very important role, and this particular screen don't need an authentication. So obviously we have authentication system obviously, but even though if you did not user did not authenticate to our application, that's fine. Okay, obviously once we move forward in this particular course, you will get to know how we can implement authentication to protect the page as well. So let's go back to our application. Let me open our application over here. Okay, we'll create a new folder. So inside the app folder, we'll create a new folder, and all our routing will keep inside one folder called routes. Okay, and when I define this folder name as a inside the bracket, okay, then again this is not considered as a route. But if you define anything inside that, any folder inside that, then it will consider as a route. So for example, now if I define the folder name called search, okay, and inside that what I'm going to do, I'm going to add a layout.js file. Okay, because now what it will do, this particular screen will hold will apply this layout, okay, and not any other layout. So this layout very important. Obviously this layout is a parent layout, but again this layout is common for all the route which will come under this search. Now let's add a default template over here. I give layout, and we have to make sure that you will add the children over here. Okay, so that whatever the pages you are going to render inside this particular search route, it will render inside this div tag through the layout. Now inside this search, again I'm going to get a new folder, but in this case I'm going to use a dynamic routing. When I say dynamic, okay, let me show you the example. Now if I go to this search, because we already have the search parameter, and inside that if you want to go some category, for example let's say cleaning, okay, and if I go here right now, if you see, we are getting 404 error because this page is not there. But the search path will be constant, but this particular category name gonna change every time. It will be a repair, or it will be a plumbing, right? Any category it will be. Obviously you can create a multiple folder for each of this category. Okay, so this particular path need to be a dynamic, it can change anytime. So to do that, what we need to do, you have to add a folder inside this search, because we want to inside the search folder, and here I'm gonna add a dynamic route. So you have to write the folder name inside this square bracket, and you have to write, for example, let's add category. Okay, and enter it, and now inside this we'll add a page.jsx file. Now here add a default template, and here I will say business by category, and save it. Okay, let's make this save as well. And if you see, now the business by category text is showing, because if I type ABC, whatever I type, whatever the category name if I give here, it will redirect to the business by category. Okay, because we added this dynamic route over here. Okay, this is called a dynamic routing. So I hope you understand how we did it. Now let's divide this screen into two parts. If you see in our screenshot that our screen divided in two parts, one is for the category and another is for the clean. It means we have two columns. Okay, obviously this column is smaller and this column is larger. So to implement that one, what we need to do, let's go to the layout.jsx. Here I'm gonna add one div. Inside div, let's add a class name, we'll say grid. We'll make grid columns 4. Okay, I will tell you why we define it 4. Okay, and inside that we have to define two columns. So one div for one column, and second column it has another div. Okay, inside the second column obviously we'll keep the children, and inside this one I'm gonna add the side category name bar. Okay, and this is the children. Now what we need to do, we have to assign, out of 4 columns we will assign 3 columns to this div and 1 column to this one. So you have to write class name. Here we'll say column span, and 3 column out of 4 column we assign to these children, and save it. Okay, now here I will say category. See, now category is defined here. Okay, and if you see this category section until this point, and business category section until this point. Okay, now for your understanding purpose, what I will do, I will just add the background blue 100, and for this one also I will add a background red 100, and if you see, this is how it looks. Okay, so out of 4 column, 1 column for this one, and 3 column for this business category. So now let's add a new component called category navbar. Okay, so let's create a new folder inside the search folder. We can call it as a underscore component. So all the components will keep inside this folder. Here I'm gonna call this as a category sidebar.jsx. Add the default template. Let's save it and make sure to add this particular component inside this side category navigation bar. So category sidebar. Let me remove this one, and if you see, category sidebar is showing on the screen. Let's go here, and inside this category search bar, if you remember, we already fetched the list of categories, right? Same code I'm gonna copy. So from the component we have this category list, right? We display it on the screen. So so it is in the page.jsx to fetch the category list. I will just copy the existing one, so this one, okay, along with the use effects, and this one as well. I'll paste it here. Obviously we don't need business list, we don't need this call, but we need to import the use state. Make sure to import it. Also import the use effect and the global API. Okay, and then you have to mark this component as a use client because we are using hooks. And now if I refresh it, nothing is showing on the screen, but we are getting the data through this API call. Okay, if you want to write the response in a console, you can just test this out. So go to the inspect panel, go to the console, and if you see, we have the category list. That's good. Now let's iterate that list of categories. So over here, obviously one more important thing, when the screen says smaller, I'm gonna hide this category sidebar. Very important, okay, because on the smaller screen I'm not gonna show because it will mess up the structure. But right now for the example purpose, I will keep as it is. And now here inside the category sidebar, first thing I'm gonna add a h2 tag. Here I will say categories. I'm gonna give some class name to this one. We'll say font bold, margin bottom to 3, text I'm gonna add a large, and we'll change the color to primary, and then save it. Next we add a div. In that div we will iterate this category list. Category list dot map, we'll say category comma index. Let's add a div. Make sure to add an index, so key as an index, and inside this one, first thing, let's display the name. So category dot name, and if you see, the category name is showing on the screen. Now along with that, obviously we want to show the image as well. So here I will do h2 tag, and I will put this inside this h2 tag, and then we need to show the image. Add a source, and here image will be category dot icon dot url. Let's give alt tag as an icon. Let's give width of 30 and height of 30. See, now let's bring everything in one line. So for this div, I'll give call flex, gap of maybe we'll give gap of 2, padding of 3. Let's save this one, and we'll add a border. So border will be we'll add a rounded border. So I will add a rounded large. Okay, border is not seeing on the screen. Let me remove this background because we used it for the example purpose. See, okay, I will remove this border as well now. Perfect. And then I'm gonna add a margin bottom to 3 like this. Perfect. Okay, now we have this beautiful category list. Obviously on the bigger screen it looks much better. Okay, now here if you see we have a lot of space. Let's give some margin left little bit. So sorry, margin right. So what I'm going to do, I will add margin right to 10, then we'll add a cursor pointer and then save it. So if you see, right, this is how it looks. So let me do it on the medium screen only. See, now it's look good to me. Another thing, on hover effect we will add it. So on hover, okay, we'll change the background to purple, maybe 50. So if I hover on this one, this is how it looks. Then on hover only, we'll change text to primary, and then on hover we'll change the border color as well. So border primary, and we'll add a on hover shadow effect. So shadow will be medium. And if I hover on this one, see how beautiful it's looking. If I increase the screen size, see, okay, that's look good to me. So if you see, okay, let's add item to be in the center because there is mismatch. The vertical is not aligned, right? So let's add item to be in the center. Perfect. Now we have ready with our category sidebar. Okay. Next, let's give some margin from the top. So inside the layout only, we'll give that margin. So margin top to maybe 8. Now it's good. Okay. Now next thing what we need to do, we need to show the business list depends on the selection. Okay. Now what we will need to do, first thing, let's go to our home screen because we forgot to add the on-click method on this one. Okay. So let's go to the category list over here. Okay, this is the list of category on the home screen. So obviously we want to navigate to the new screen, right? So we have one component called link, and if you see this link is importing from the next/link, import that one. Instead of div, I just replace this link with the link. Okay, and here you have one property which is mandatory, which is href. Here you need to add the URL, sorry, the path of the screen which you want to go. So search slash and then the category name. So in this case category dot name, and save it. Now you'll see the magic. If I click on this cleaning, if you see, it's went to the search slash cleaning immediately. Okay, let's go back. If I go to this painting, see, it's go to the painting. Same thing we need to implement for this category as well. So I will copy this href as it is, and let's go to categories sidebar, and here I will change to this link. Here as well, let's use the link and then put href. Okay, and save it. Now you'll see the magic. If I change to refresh, see, if you see this category list is not getting changed, okay, and without refreshing you are able to go to this particular category. Now what we need to do, we need to fetch, or you need to get this category name, okay, so that we will fetch the business list belong to that category only. So it's very easy. First thing, let's go to this page.js. Okay, let me close this tab, and this is the business back category. Okay, now in order to get the list, the category name from the URL, right, you can just have the params. Okay, because we have this dynamic route, right? So you have to make sure this is the category name you give for the dynamic route, right? So once you define this param like this, let's add a use effect. I want to show you what will be in the parameters. So here I will say params. Okay, now you have to make sure, because param sometimes take some time to get it in this particular component. So in meantime you can add these params inside the use effect. Let's save it. Okay, so we are using use effect, so you have to make this component as a client side. Now go to the inspect panel, go to the console, and if you see we have one object, oh sorry, not this one, but if you see here we have one object and this call a category, and the category name is shifting. Okay, let me go to the cleaning, and if you see immediately it update with the category and the name. Okay, because this field name coming as a category, because whatever the name we give this folder to this folder, it will get the field name with that one. Now we know that we have the category name. Okay, now here we need to write an API to fetch the business list belong to that category. So let's go to the Hygraph. So let me return login, home service app, and inside the playground I'm gonna add a new query. Here will be I'm going to use business lists again, but in this case we're gonna use a where clause. Where inside the where clause we need to search with the category here, and we need to pass a name. It means business with the and with the where clause we will search with the category name. Here if I say cleaning, okay, obviously nothing will display because we did not select anything, but now you can select the property which you want to fetch. So we need about, we need an address, we need a we'll also fetch a category as well. Okay, then we'll say contact person, we'll fetch email, ID, name, obviously we need image as well, image URL, and I think that's all. Okay, now if I run it, if you see we got the data because we passed the category name as a cleaning, and only business list with the category name cleaning will come up here. Okay, and if you see the category name as a cleaning. Okay, now copy this query, go back to our application, and inside the global API here constant we'll say get business by category, and here we'll add a constant query is equal to GQL stack code is code, and this paste this query. Now here if you see, I will bring this down, we have the name called cleaning. Obviously we need to pass it dynamically. So here what we have to do, remove this one, add this tag, and then you have to write category. Now obviously we'll pass the category to this particular method, and this category will pass to this query. Okay, and then we'll put this request. So I will just copy paste it here. So make this method as a async, and then export it and save it. Now you are ready to use it. So let's create one method inside the business by category page. Here we'll say constant get business list, I will say, and here will be a global API dot get business by category. And now obviously here we need to pass, if you see we need to pass the category name over here. Okay, so if you see that's what we require over here. So in this case it will be a params dot category. Okay, dot then response, and then we'll just console the response here. Now get business list we need to call whenever we have the actual params value are ready, something like this. Okay, perfect. Let's save this one. Let's go back to our application, go to the inspect panel to make sure that we are getting data, and if you see we have the business list. Perfect. Okay, obviously this is inside the business list we have the actual data, so this need to be accessed like business list. Oops. Now let's create one state. So we'll say business list comma set business list is equal to use state, and we'll just set this value. Perfect. Okay, now we have the business list. Now here will be the magic. Obviously to display business list we need to create a component and all, but as you know that we already have the component. Okay, and this component we're gonna reuse. So if you see in this particular screenshot, whatever the component we use over here, because we already have that one, we can reuse it again in this particular screen. Okay, let me show you how. So let me go to any of the category. Now instead of this one we'll just say business list, and if you see this is the component which we already created, we already have. For this component we need to provide the title, and that's the reason we keep the title dynamic. So whatever the title we pass from your new screen, it will apply to this one. So here we will pass as a category name. So we'll say params dot category. Okay, let's save it. And okay, so what we got one error, the business list is not there. Obviously we need to provide the business list as well. Now here you can provide the business list which we got it, and let's save it, and boom, you got the data. See, with the category name, and then we have the list of all the business list. Even implement a new component, we use the existing component, and then we will display it on the screen. Now you can go to the repair, you can go to the painting, or painting don't have anything, go to the shifting has one, see, plumbing has one. Okay, and everything will be as it is. If you see, we are also have this beautiful loading effect because it's already implemented to our existing component, because we use the existing component over here. Okay, now obviously this is responsive, and as I say, we need to remove this, or we need to hide this category side navigation bar when the screen size is smaller. So what we can do, so this is how it looks. Okay, let me check on the smaller screen. For example, you go to the mobile view, this is how weird it looks, right? So that's the reason I want to remove that one. So let's go to this layout, and here you can write the condition hidden initially when the screen size is smaller, but when the screen size is larger, you can mark it as a block, for example, and save it. And here as well, I'm gonna add when the screen size is medium. Okay, and instead of column 4 only applicable for the smaller screen, and for the larger screen, for the smaller screen I will show only column 1. See, and if I increase size, this is how it looks. Go to the inspect panel, let me show you how it looks on the smaller screen. See, it immediately hide it, and then you will get all the data which you want. Perfect, right? So guys, that's all for this section. I hope you understand how beautifully and easily we build this business list by category page, where you have this beautiful category list, and depends on that one we show the list of category. Now there is one more important thing that we need to implement. When I click any of this particular category, right, we don't know which category we selected, right? We have to make sure that we will get to know which category is selected, and then we highlight it with this some border color and something like that, right? Now here we need to get this category name, and depends on that one we will set or show the, or we'll add the styling dynamically. Okay, so let me show you what I'm meaning. So let's go back to our category sidebar. Okay, now here this is the component, and you cannot get the category name by using just params. Okay, so what you need to do to fetch the selected category from the URL, you have to write constant at params is equal to use path name. And if you see this use path name from the next slash navigations, and now let me show you what we are getting in the params. So let me go to the inspect panel, go to the repair, for example, go to the console, and if you see, this is what we are getting. It actually give the complete path. Okay, in this case search slash repair. Now we need this repair only, so it's very easy to get that repair. So you have to write here you can write constant category is equal to params dot split. We need to split that particular string using this slash, and then you have to get the second element. Okay, like this, and now you can just print the category. Let's save this one, and then go to the inspect panel, go to the console, and now if you see, we just got the repair. Let's for example take cleaning. Okay, now if you see, nothing get changed because we don't know whether cleaning is selected or not, right? Now what we need to do, let me remove this category, and I'm gonna add one use effect. Okay, now what this use effect will do, whenever the parameter value get changed, okay, it means this one, then the use effect will get executed. Okay, and then I'm gonna define one state here. We'll say constant selected category comma set selected category is equal to use state. Okay, so this will hold the selected value. Obviously we don't want to define over here, and then I will copy this one, and we'll just say set category selected category and then param dot split. Okay, we do that one, and we have to make sure that whenever the params value is there, then only set this value. Now here let's go back, because we have this category name which is currently selected, right? Now to this particular class name, we're gonna add a dynamic styling. So in order to add a dynamic styling, first wrap this in a curly braces, then this particular tag quote, and then remove this single quote. Here I'm gonna add one condition. So selected category is matches with the category name. Okay, so whatever the current category name and the select category is matches, we'll put the and operation, then we'll show a border of primary, for example. Okay, and let's test this out first. Now if I select the repair, if you see, even though I remove the cursor over here, it will show the border with the primary, because that's what we define. Same thing, I will define some more property. So for example, border, then we'll say text primary, and then shadow medium, background purple 50, and save it. And this is how it looks. See, okay, now you can able to check here that which category is selected, right? If I go to this home screen, right, and open the repair, for example, see, the repair is already there and it's selected now. Okay, so this is how you can add the custom styling, and you can get the path name using the use path name hook, and then you can get the whatever the params you want, so that you can apply some styling on that one. Now we need to implement the business detail screen. When user click on any of this particular business, it will navigate to the business detail screen. But before that one, we have to make sure that in order to access the business detail screen, user need to authenticate to our application. So let me explain a little bit about the application flow. So this is the user, and if user want to access home screen and business by category, he can access without login to our application. Okay, so user don't need to do authentication or anything, he can just access this two page. But if user want to access business detail, business booking, and my booking history, user need to authenticate it to our Descope authentication service, and then only he can able to access all of these particular screens. Okay, so obviously we need to protect this page from the third party access, or any unauthorized user try to access this particular screen. We have to make sure that he will not able to access. Okay, so this is the basic workflow of our application. Now first let's implement the onClick method, and before that we need to create a new route. So new route will be like detail slash and the business ID. Okay, so whatever the business ID is there, that business ID. So this business ID need to be a dynamic, because it can be anything, right? So let's go back to our application. Let's go to the folder structure first. Let me close all of this tab, and inside the route folder, because we want to create new route. So here we'll create a new folder name called details. Inside the details folder, we create a dynamic route. So we inside the bracket, we will give the name, for example, business ID, and then inside that one we'll create a new page called page.jsx. Now let's add a default template. Here I will just rename it, for example, business detail. And save it. Now if I try to access some details and some ID, then if you see, it jumped to the business details screen. That's working fine, perfect. But as I say with the beginning, that we need to protect this page, right? Obviously right now user is sign in, is able to access. Let's log out a user, and now if you see, user is not login. Let me refresh it, and still user can access business detail. Now what we need to do, we need to make sure that user will authenticate it to access this page. So in order to add that authentication, simply we need to add a constant data comma status from use session, and this use session from this next auth. Okay, now data is include obviously user information, but status will include whether particular user is authenticated or not authenticated. Okay, so and it is loading or not. So what we'll do if, and we'll check if the status is loading. Okay, if the status is loading, we'll just return some p tag. Okay, it's loading. Okay, we have to add it inside the brackets like this. And if the status is equal to unauthenticated, if you see we got this two option called unauthenticated, then we'll simply navigate to a sign in page. Okay, so if you see we have this sign in page hook, okay, sign in page method from the next auth / react, and obviously we have to provide the authentication service name, which is Descope, and then save it. Now obviously it's saying that React context is unavailable in server component. We have to make this screen as a use client, and if you see now it's redirected to this login screen. Okay, one more thing here also, we will add a condition if status is equal to and authenticated then only show this business detail screen. Okay, now let's go back to localhost 3000. Also make sure to add on click method to this particular business list. So let's go to the business list. Here we have this div right here. Instead of div, I will change this to the link so that we can add hrefs, and simply here, let me bring this down. We'll add hrefs / details / and the business id. So business id will be completed from this business.id, and then save it. Now obviously once you make the change over here, it will have available everywhere. Let's open this user, and boom, see it's redirected to the login screen because we did not sign in to our application. Right now let's sign into our application, and now I just sign in, and if you see now I able to see my profile name. Let's go to the user now, and boom, I am able to access this page called business detail. Okay, so this is how you can protect your page by accessing from unauthorized user. So guys, I hope you understand how we beautifully implemented this page protection with the help of next auth use session. Okay, so use sessions, with the help of use session, we get the status, and whether the status is authenticated or not authenticated depends on that one. We just add our logic. Now it's time to fetch a business details, depends on the business id. So we already have the business id in this url path, and if I go to this Hygraph API playground, okay, let's add a new query. Now in this case we need to fetch a business list. Okay, if you see we have the business list and business lists with a s. Now obviously we have the id, so we can select this business list with the id, and then obviously once we provide the id, we can get the result. So select all the fields which you need. So for example, about, address, obviously I need a category, so I will select the category name. The contact person will select, okay, the email, then id, name, and the image url. Okay, I think that's all. Now let's run this, and if you see you will get nothing because we did not provide any id. Let's provide this particular id, okay, to this inside the id field, and now run this query, and if you see, boom, we got the data. Perfect. Now let's copy this query. I will rename this query to get business by id. Every time let's try to give some meaningful name, so that even though if you came after 3-4 months and open this code, you will get to know what you return. Now inside the API playground, inside the global API, let's add a new endpoint. So constant get business by id. Here obviously we'll accept the id like this, then constant query is equal to gql tag, and paste the query. Now obviously whatever id you are passing to this method, you have to replace it like here, so that whatever the ID, because ID can be anything, right? Now copy this get business by ID, make sure to export it, and don't forget to make a request and save it. Now once you made this ready with the API endpoint, let's go to our details page. Now inside here, maybe after this one, I'm gonna add a new method called constant get business by ID. Inside that, we'll call that method called get business by ID. And then obviously we need to get a business ID, right? So we have to get with the params, okay? And obviously we know that in params we have the business ID, so params dot business ID. Okay, so this is the ID, whatever the folder name you gave it here, you have to make sure that that's what you adding. Then the response. Now console the response so that you will get to know whether you are getting the data or not, and then call this method inside the use effect. Now you have to call this method whenever the params value are available, so that's the reason I passed the params inside this array, and then make sure to execute only when the params value is available. Let's save this one. Let's go to your application, refresh the screen, go to this inspect panel, and it's saying that render more hooks than during the previous render. Okay, this error is came because, let me go back here, because if you see, right, we rendering this particular status, we are checking that, right, and it's taking a every time, because every instance it's get executed, right, and it's saying that you are executing a lot of time. So what you can do, you can create one use effect, okay, and this use effect will check whether it's authenticated or not. Okay, so for that one, I'm gonna create one method called constant check user auth, and then I will just paste this all of this code. Okay, simple, very easy to understand. And then this call this method over here. Okay, no rocket science. I will just make sure to keep this along with this use effect, and then save it. Now if you see, the error is gone. Let's see the console, and boom, we got the result. So inside the business list, we are getting only the business list of that given user ID. Oh, sorry, business details of that given user ID. Okay, now in order to access this all the fields, you have to write response dot business list. Okay, perfect. Now let's save that in one state. So we'll say constant business comma set business is equal to use state. And over here we just say set business. Simple. Let's save this one, and then obviously we need to show a couple of things. Now let me show you how will be our prototype will be. Okay, so if you see, once user click on any business, it will redirect to this business details screen, where on the top section we have this business basic information. Okay, let me bring this complete one. Then we have the description and the gallery, and the last we have the similar business belong to that particular category. Okay, so these three component we have to create it, so that it will then we will combine together to build this detail screen. So let's go back to our application. First thing I'm gonna do is to create a new folder inside the details folder, and we can call it as a components. So all the components related to this detail screen will keep in this folder. Now inside that one, we'll create a first file. We can call it as a business info.jsx. Add the default template. Another component we'll create for the business description.jsx. Add the default template, and the last we'll create for the suggested business list.jsx. add the default template, and let's save it. Now we have all this component ready. Now what we can do, first we'll import that component. So inside the div, I will write class name padding y. Let me close this tab to 8. Okay, and let me add that component as well. So business info. Okay, so business info is showing on the screen now. Let me bring this. Now when the there's on the last or more than medium or large screen, we will show padding y to 20. Okay, padding x to 10, and when the screen size is medium or larger, we'll say padding x to 36. Okay, if I increase size, this is how it looks. That's good. Perfect. Now let's go to this. Okay, make sure to send the business information. So I will say business of business, and let's go to this business information. Make sure to accept that props as a business, and inside the business information, let's start to implement. So first thing, let's add an image from the next/image. The source here we'll say business dot images. Obviously we need to show first image. Okay, that's the reason I'm showing images of URL, and then not close, but here we need to give alt tag. Alt tag I will give like business name, business dot name. Then width will give 150, height I'll give 200 for now. Let's see, and save it. See, perfect. Now make sure once you have the business, then only show this as well. Okay, now once you define this one, let's add a class name. Let's add a rounded corner to be full. Then let's save this one. I will make height of 150, so width and height will be similar, and make sure to object cover. Okay, so it will not get stretched. Perfect. After that one, let's add one div, and this div will hold the other information. Okay, so if you see, let me open it. So this particular information, cleaning, house cleaning, okay, on the right hand side. So let's define a div, and inside this one I'm gonna add the category, right? So h2 tag. Inside the h2 tag I'm saying business dot category dot name. Perfect. Now we need everything on the right hand side. So for this one I'm gonna add a class name, and we'll say flex gap of 4 and item to be in the center. Now here I will say class name, will add a text of primary, background purple of maybe let's say 100, and we'll make rounded full. Okay, this is how it looks. See, now let's give some padding x. So we'll give padding of 1, padding x to 2, and also make sure to make text large. Perfect. After this one, I'm gonna add the business name. So another h2 tag for business dot name. So here I'm gonna add a class name, text of 40 pixel, and make font bold. Perfect. Now if you see this getting stretch out, okay, so what you can do for this div, you can add a class name, add a flex column, and then make item to be baseline. Perfect. You can give padding x to 3. Perfect. Then we need to add an address. So we'll say business dot address, and for that address I'm gonna add an icon called map pin, something like this. See, we'll make as a flex and gap of 2, so it will be in the one line, and then text will say large. Also we'll change the color to text gray 500, and the last we're gonna show the image, email h2. So we'll say business dot email. So for that one as well, I'm gonna add a class name. We'll make it flex gap of 2 because we want to add the icon called mail. Then we'll make text large, and then text gray 500. Perfect. Now for this flex, I'm gonna give some gap, so you gap of 3. Perfect. So it's look little bit clean now. Now here we need to make sure one more important thing. So if I increase the screen size and if I go to this mobile view, okay, if I go to this mobile view, make sure to refresh it once. Okay, so if you see we got one error that it's saying that image is not the reading image not getting is getting undefined, right? Because it might have a delay to get the details. So let's try to add a business like this and let's see. So still we have this error. Okay, so what you can do, you can add a option like business, or maybe here you can only add business dot name is available. It means we have proper data, right? If I try to refresh it now, see, there it is gone. Now one more important thing I want to tell you here, on the mobile view it's going out of screen. See, if I refresh it, it's going out of screen. So what you can do here, if you remember, let me go back, we added the flex here, right? Instead of adding flex, you can add the flex on the when the screen size is medium. Okay, but when the screen size is smaller, then you don't need to add. If I increase screen size, see, okay, now obviously here you need to give it'll give margin top, maybe you can give margin top to here only, to like this. Okay, and if I increase screen size, this is how it looks. On the smaller screen, this is how it looks. Okay, you can add this margin top when the screen size is smaller. Maybe you can add a 4, and when the screen size is smaller, don't add any margin. Perfect. Okay, so this is you need to take care of when the screen size is for the smaller device. See, that's look good. Now let's implement the other section. So inside this, after this email and all, I'm gonna wrap this inside one more div. Okay, so this particular section I'm gonna wrap again, and now inside the another div I'm gonna add one div, and we can call inside that we add button. Inside that we'll add a share button. Okay, so from this lucid / react, and then save it. Perfect. I'm gonna add a class name. We'll add a flex column, and we'll add a gap of 5, and make sure to item to be in the center because I want to add some more information. So here I'm gonna add a h2 tag. Inside that I'm gonna add a user icon. And then we'll say business dot contact person, and obviously we have to make this as a flex gap of 2, text extra large, and text I will choose the primary color. Perfect. Another thing, I will gonna add another h2 tag, but in this case I'm gonna change this text to gray 500, and here I'm gonna write some hard-coded message / available 8 AM to 10 PM. Okay, some kind of message. If I increase the screen size, this is how it looks for now. But what you need to do now, the div which we wrap it, here you have to add it class name, make it flex, justify between, and item to be in the center. If I increase the screen size, see, this is how it looks. Obviously we need to we need to show on the most right hand side, means to the right. So what you need to do, I think we need to mark the width as a full. So let's try to mark this width as a full. Let's see how it looks. Perfect. Now it looks good. And obviously if you see that this is not aligned correctly, so instead of item to be in the center, I'm going to add item to be in the end. And if I increase screen size, this is how it looks. Perfect. Oh, I don't know why it's not working. Now whenever this on the smaller screen, right, at least either we what will you say, hide this one, or we can bring to the bottom. Okay, it's up to you, but right now we'll keep as it is. And this look good to me. Only thing, okay, let's change this icon. That's not correct icon for the time. So here I'm gonna add a clock icon. Now that's good. Next we're gonna add a description. Okay, so it's very straightforward. So for that one, let's add a new we already have the component called business description. Let's add that component after this business info. So over here I'm gonna add that one. So we'll say business info and save it. Now okay, so we have one error, cannot read property of undefined in business info. Make sure to, let's see, not see. Okay, yeah, perfect. So make sure to add this one, because as I say, right, business don't have, it will take some time to fetch the data, that's why. Now inside the business info, right, we also need to show the suggestion list, right? So at least you can add a grid over here. Okay, so inside one div I'm gonna add two more div, one for the business info and one for the business suggestion inside. And I will divide the screen, say grid column. I'm gonna add a 4 column. Okay, so out of this 4 column, 3 column I will assign to the description. Okay, so 4 column I will add it. Let's save this one. Let's add a class name and grid column of 3 and 1 for that one. So here I'm just writing business, so suggestion list, maybe suggestion business list. Perfect. Okay, if I increase the screen size, so if you see right now I'm getting this suggestion business list. I don't know why. Okay, business info is getting 2 times. It need to business description. Perfect. Now if I increase screen size, this is how it looks. Obviously I have to make sure, okay, this need to be column span, actually my mistake. So column span 3, because we want to assign 3. Whenever the screen size is smaller, I'm not gonna show the suggested business list. So here I'm gonna add a hidden, and when the screen size is medium, then I'm gonna add a block. Perfect. Now for this one I'm gonna add margin top to 8, and that's good to me. Now send the business information. So here I'm gonna add a business, the business is equal to, and same thing for the business list as well. Let's first install implement the business description. Here let's add a business. Oh sorry, here now inside the business description, first thing, let's add a h2 tag. We'll say description. Let's add a class name. Here we'll say font bold, text of 25 pixel, margin top to 10, and when the screen size is medium, and that's fine, I think. Let's see, margin top to 10, we don't need it if I increase the screen size. Okay, so what we can do when screen size is, let's add more margin. Actually I want to add more margin, so here only I will add more margin. Okay, I think perfect, that's fine. Now 16. Now if I go here, I'm not gonna add any margin because we already added. The description text is showing, that's good. Now I'm gonna add a paragraph, and inside that we need to show business information. So it will be inside about field. See, it's showing on the screen, right? Now if you see, it's still giving some space, to the business list, because we mark the column span 3. Okay, so what we can do, we can mark this column span 3 only when the screen size is medium. Okay, and if the screen size is large or smaller, we can make column span 4. Okay, perfect. Now for this one, let's add a class name. We'll add a margin top to 4, then text large. Okay, and make text gray color little bit, maybe 600. Okay, and this is how it looks. Obviously we have such a business list later on, but right now this is simple business description we are showing. That's look good to me. Next, we need to show the gallery. Okay, the images of the given businesses. So I'm gonna add a h2 tag with the gallery. I'm gonna copy the same styling, and if you see the gallery is showing, I'm gonna margin top to 8. And now we need to iterate the business images. So if I go back to Hygraph and inside the API playground where we run this query, right? So if you see, we have the images. Okay, and images contain a list of images. See, okay, so obviously we can iterate these images. So let's go back again, and here I'm gonna say business dot name is available, then only execute this one. And then inside the div tag, I'm gonna add a business dot images dot map comma, we'll say item comma index. Let's add a div. Actually we don't need to add a div, let's add an image only. Let add a source. For that one, I'm going to use item dot url, your key as an index, alt tag as a image, width, let's give maximum width, and height of 200, and class name will make rounded large. And if you see, perfect, we got the data. Now put the grid for that one. So class name will say grid call true when the screen size is smaller. When the screen size is medium or larger, we'll make grid column 3, and the when screen size is larger than that, we'll make grid column 4. Also we'll give some gap, so gap of 5, margin top to maybe 5. If I increase screen size, you will see we'll get the 4 images, or let's say 3 only. Okay, so yeah, so we'll get some bigger size. Perfect. Okay, now we have this image gallery. I think 4 is much better for the larger screen. Perfect. I think that's all for this one. Okay, now one more thing we need to add is for the book appointment section. Okay, but that we will add in suggestion list section. But I hope you understand this one, how beautifully implemented the description and the gallery section as well. Now let's time to get or add the suggestion business list. It's very straightforward. First, let's accept it as a business, which we pass it from the parent component. And here, if you remember, right, we will fetch the suggestion business list depends on the category. Okay, and now we already have the category in the business, so from that one we can fetch it. But before that, I want to add a button called book appointment. So here inside the div, I'm gonna add one button. For that button, I'm gonna add a icon. So here we'll say notebook pen icon, and then we'll say book appointment. Okay, if you see right now, it's not able to see it on the screen, but when I increase screen size, you will see it on the screen. Okay, obviously we're gonna show the book appointment. Don't worry, I'm gonna tell you later on how can we show it. Now here I'm gonna add a class name, make it flex, gap of 2, and width I will make it full. So this is how it looks. Also on the here I will add a class name, we'll say padding x to 10. Okay, Oh, I think not to add padding X, I will just add padding left to 10. Okay, so it will be in a line, in one line. Perfect. Next, as I say, we need to fetch the business from the category. We already have the API endpoint for that one and the method as well. I will just copy it. Okay, so inside the category page.jsx we have that method. Okay, see the get business list by category. I will copy everything as it is. I'll paste it here. Make sure to import the use state because we just copied it, the use effect as well. We don't need a params now in this case because we are getting the category name from the business, and then make sure to import global API. And here now we'll just use business dot category dot name. Okay, and we'll execute this get business list whenever the business information is available. Okay, and let's save this one. Perfect. Now we have the business, I will say, okay, business list, that's correct. Now here I'm gonna add suggestion business list. So here what I'm going to do, I'm gonna add one h2 tag. Here it will say similar business. So obviously I need to check like this, okay, every time. So similar business. Then let's add a styling. So class name, we'll say font bold, text large, and margin bottom to 3. Let's see, that's good. Let's add margin top to 3. Perfect. Then we need to iterate the business list. So I'm gonna add one div. Inside that we'll say business list and business list dot map, say business. Okay, so here, okay, that's fine, business comma index, and inside that let's add one div images source. So inside that we'll have business image of 0.url. So okay, obviously we need to give width and height. We'll say alt tag with the business name, width of 80 and height of 80. Let's see how it looks. So it's saying that, okay, cannot read property of undefined reading a name. Okay, so over here let's try to add, let's see, and if I increase the screen size, and if you see, we got the business images. That's good. Now let's add a class name. So class name, we'll add a rounded corner to be large, then object cover. Okay, and after that I'm gonna add one div. So for that div, let's add h2 tag for the business name. We'll say business dot name, and one for the contact person, and one for the address. So for this name I'm gonna add a class name. We'll make font bold. For this one I'm gonna add a text primary, and for this one I'm gonna add text gray. If I increase the screen size, this is how it looks. Let's bring everything in one line. So for this image I'm gonna add class name as a flex, and then gap of 2. So it's need to be deep. Yeah, if I increase screen size, so this is how it looks. Obviously we need to give some gap and all. So if we give the gap over here, let's see, yeah, that's good. Let's add class name for this one, and we add margin bottom to not here actually, over here only we need to add margin bottom to 4 maybe, and now this is look good to me. Now here let's give margin similar for similar business, we're gonna give margin bottom to 3 as well. Okay, and now we have beautiful the suggestion business list on the right hand side. Okay, now for this one on we can add on hover effect. Okay, so for this div I'm gonna add a class name on hover, we add border, we add a border of primary. Let's see how it looks. See, oh, we added for all, we don't want it here actually, then we want for this inner div. Obviously we have to make this rounded large, padding to 2. See, perfect. Also we'll make this cursor pointer, and on hover I'm gonna add a shadow medium. Perfect. Okay, we have this beautiful business similar business list, right? Now what we can do, once user click on the business, right, we again navigate to the same page, but obviously with a different ID. So for this business list I'm gonna add a link, and here as well I'm gonna add a link, and we'll add hrefs, but in this case slash details and then slash business id, so business.id. Let's test this out. Okay, so obviously by mistakenly we add the link from the Lucid React, I think. Yeah, we need to add a link from the next link. If I click on the washing and cloth, see, it jumped to the washing cloth. Okay, perfect, that's it, means it's working. Now as I say, we decrease the screen size. See, that booking appointment button is gone, and because we hide that one, right? So instead of that one, instead of hiding the book appointment, we will just hide this similar business section. So over here, if the screen size is smaller, we'll hide this one, and if your screen size is medium or larger, we'll block it. And go to the page, we'll remove this one and save it. And if I increase screen size, see, it's now showing the similar business, but if I hide it, you will see, oh, it's still showing. Let me check. Okay, so actually we are hiding only the text, so let's make sure to wrap in one div. Let's add a class name, I will add it here, and then I will wrap this inside this div. Perfect. Now if you see, it's gone. Now obviously this book appointment is not look good, right? So here if you see, this book appointment is coming down. So what we can do for this div, right, we have the column span 3. Here we will just say order last. Okay, so when the screen size is smaller, we will say order last, and when the screen size is medium, we'll say order first. Okay, so what it will do, if you see on the smaller screen, it will show the first div or second column as the first one, but if I increase screen size, then it's showing as expected. But if you see here, the book appointment button is not showing correctly. Okay, so what we can do, right now we assign the 4 column, instead of that we'll assign the 3 column total and 2 column for this description. And now if I increase screen size, see, perfect. And also for this button, so let's go to this business suggestion list, and where we have this button, right? So we added the margin left to 10 only when the screen size is medium, and now we have the proper book appointment button. If I increase size, this is how it looks. Perfect. So that's all for this particular section, that we beautifully designed this business detail screen, and it's completely responsive. So that's all for this particular section. Now we understand how we beautifully implement this business detail screen, and it's completely responsive. So guys, if you have any question on this particular section, let me know in the comment section. And next, what we are going to do, we are going to add a book appointment logic where user can select the date from the calendar, and then after selecting the time slot he can able to book an appointment, and then that appointment information we will store in our database. Now it's time to implement the book appointment section, where you just click on this book appointment, and then we are gonna show a side bar, or we can call it as a sheet, and from that one we can book the appointment. So this is how it looks. Okay, so for example, user click on this book appointment, and then it will navigate, or not navigate, but it will show this kind of side sheet, okay, which has the calendar and the time slot. So for that one we need to implement the one component from the shared CN, which is called sheet. Okay, if I click on this sheet, this is how the sheet will work. It will open on the right hand side, so it's up to you in which direction you want to open. Also you can change this size. Okay, so if you see, you can open on the top, you can open on the bottom side, anything, it's up to you. And you can also change the size of the sheet. So first thing, let install this particular component. So copy this npm command, and then inside your console in VS Code, okay, let's open the terminal and paste it here. Now once it installed, we need to implement that particular logic inside the button where we added the book appointment. Okay, but the book appointment button. So let's go to that one. So that's one we have inside this suggested business list, where we have this book appointment button. Now let's import this command first. So copy this import command, paste it here, and then what we can do, we can add a new component for this side booking appointment section. Okay, so inside the component folder we'll add a new file called booking section dot jsx, add the default template, and then save this one. Now you can add the children over here. Okay, so what we can do, we will move this book appointment button. So let's add first that booking section, and then inside that one I'm gonna add this complete button. Okay, like this. Now this will be the children. Okay, this is the children of the booking section, so you have to accept here as a children, and then just render that children over here. And let's save this one, let's save this one, and if I go back, let's refresh the screen, and if you see, everything is as it is. Now let's import the sheet. So let's import that all the statements. Then you have to import this example or basic sheet example. So let's add that one. If I save this one, you will see this open button on the screen. If I go here, see, and this is how it opens, right? But we need to implement for this button. So what you can do, we can put this children, because this children has the button, right? Let's put it here and mark it as a child. Let's save this one, and if I click on this button, see, now on this button click, this side sheet is opening. That's perfectly working fine. Now I will just rename these things. So here I will say book an appointment, or we can say book a service, something like that. Then for the description, I'm gonna say select date and time slot to book an appointment. Instead of appointment, we can call it as a service actually, because we are actually booking the service and not the appointment. Let's save this one, and if I click on this book appointment, see, this is how it looks. That's looking perfectly fine. Now the first thing we need to do is to add a calendar picker. So in shared CN we have the calendar picker. So go to the shared CN components and just search for the calendar, and if you see, this is how beautiful this calendar is showing. So go to this code. Obviously first we need to install this one. So copy this npm command, And inside the terminal, let me open the terminal here, paste it, and once it install, you can just use it. So let's import this command first. Then we have to import this calendar, and this is the just current date. Okay, so I will just write it here manually. So here I will say constant date comma set date is equal to use state, and by default we will show a current date. Okay, and if you see, just mention the date, nothing else. And now we can just import this particular component. So this component will come over here. So I'm gonna add one div. Inside that, let's add h2 tag, and here we'll just say select date. Now this is the date picker, correct? So this is a date picker section, and we're gonna add another div for the time slot picker. Now let's add this calendar component, and let's save this one. Now if I go back to our application, let's open it, and boom, we got this beautiful calendar. Now over here, just add a class name as a flex, make it flex column, and then we go gap of 5, and here we can say item baseline, and yeah, something like this. Now our calendar is ready. If I select this, see the selection color is also matching with our primary color, because we already set the primary color for the given theme. Now once we have this particular calendar, now we need to add a slot. Now in order to add a slot, I already have a code. Okay, so I will just copy paste it here, so you can get it from the source code. Okay, so it's very simple. So I added this get time, and I'm making the slot, okay, manually. So from 10 to 12 I'm making a 30-minute of slot like this, and after 1 to 6 again 30-minute of slot. Make sure you'll change to AM and then PM. Now this get time you have to call inside the use effect. So here I'm gonna call get time, and also I will define one state called time slot, and say time slot is equal to use state. And at the last, okay, once I have the time list, everything is pushed into time list, I am just setting this time slot, okay, inside this time slot. So you can take a screenshot of this one if you face any issue while implementing this particular logic. Now let's save this one, and then it's time to iterate that time slot. So here I'm just simply say time slot dot map, we'll say item comma index, and inside that I'm gonna add a button, and this button has a key index, and also I'm gonna add a variant is equal to outline, and inside that button I'm gonna show the time. So item dot time. Let's save this one, because we saved it as a time. See, and if I click on book appointment, now see you got this beautiful time slot. That's look good. Now for this one, let's add a class name, let's add a border, then I will make rounded to be full. We'll make padding x to 2, and maybe padding to 2 and padding x to 3, something like this. Now let's go to this div and make a class name, make it grid, so it will be in the one line. So we say grid calls 3, see, like this. Some give gap of 4 and maybe 3. Perfect. Now here I want to give the h2 tag, and it will say select time slot, give class name, margin top to 5, or maybe margin y to 5. So at the top and bottom it will give the margin, and here I'm gonna add a font to be bold, something like this. Same thing I'm gonna add for this time as well. So here I'm gonna add that one, and here I will just say select date. See, oh, we already have the date. Okay, so I will remove this one and put it here. So okay, so margin top to 5 only. So select date and select time slot. Now we have the time slot, but right now if you see, the time slot is going beyond the screen and I'm not able to scroll it. So to fix this issue, you just need to add a scroll. You need to make this sheet as a scrollable. Okay, so if you go to this sheet content, give the class name to this sheet content, and here you can just say overflow and you can say scroll, or let's try to go auto. So if you see, if once you go auto, now you can able to scroll it. Perfect. Now the last thing we need to add is to add a button. So I'm gonna add a, instead of adding this button directly over here, what I'm going to do, if I go to this calendar, okay, and not calendar, but if I go to the sheets component and go to some example, okay, something like this, and if I click on this one, see, it's getting closed, right? Because over here it has a button, but that button is wrapped inside the sheet footer, and inside the sheet footer we have the sheet close. Okay, so that will trigger to close the particular sheet. So obviously you need to add that inside the sheet container, no, sorry, sheet content. So copy this sheet footer, and obviously after sheet header I'm gonna add that one, and here I'm gonna say book. I'm gonna remove this type of submit. Let's save this one and let's see how it looks. Okay, we need to import this sheet footer, obviously. So import the sheet footer and the sheet close as well. Let's click book appointment, scroll down, and boom, we got this beautiful button. Obviously you can give some margin, so class name margin top to 5. Oops, not like this, margin top to 5, and let's test this out now. Perfect. I'm gonna add one more button for to cancel. So we have one error. Okay, so obviously we need to wrap this. We'll wrap in div actually. And let's see whether we are getting correctly. Perfect. Now for this button I'm gonna add a class name, and first we'll make this variant as outline, and for this one I'm gonna add a class name, make it flex, and then gap of 5. Perfect. This variant you can make as you destructive, maybe it will come with see. Okay, now we have book button and the cancel button. Now obviously we need to disable this button until unless you just select the slot and all. Okay, one more important thing, once you just select any of this one, right, we need to change the color similar like this calendar. So for this time slot, I'm gonna add a hover method. On a hover, and we'll change the background to primary, and on hover again we'll also change the text to white. Okay, now if I hover on this one, see, perfect. Also on the click of that one we need to save this value, so we'll define one state which will help us to save the selected time slot. So we'll say selected time comma set selected time is equal to use state like this, and then on we will add on click method to this button. So on click will set, so sorry, select we need to set selected time which is equal to item dot time. Okay, and then save it. Now obviously once user click on any of this slot, now the values get saved. Okay, but we need to make sure that the selected value will be persistent, so you can able to see that okay, this particular slot get selected. For that one we need to add a styling. Okay, so it will be a dynamic styling. So wrap this class name inside the curly braces, then this tag, and let's remove this code and then add a condition. So I will say selected time is matches with the item dot time. Then I'm gonna show background to be primary and text to be white. If I save this one, see, if I click on this one, see, now 11 is selected. If I select 230, 230 is selected. Okay. Now once user select all of this information, then only we need to enable this button, otherwise we have to disable it button. Okay, if I just write disable, see, this button will display like this. Okay, but here we will add a condition. If selected time and date. Okay, and obviously we'll need to do the opposite, the opposite of this one. If it's not selected, either of them is not selected, then disable it. So let me refresh to it once. I think that's right. Okay, so now let's see. Let's add a book appointment. If you see the button is disabled, select the time, date, and if still is disabled because we did not select the slot. But if I select the slot, now it's get enabled. And if I click book, see, it's get closed. Perfect. Now next thing what we need to do, on the click of the save button, right, we have this book button, we need to save the user information. So I will add a on click method to this one. We'll say save booking, and this method we will define over here. We'll say constant save booking like this. Obviously we need to create an API for that one. Okay, so let's go to our Hygraph. Okay, and inside content we have the booking, what will say booking schema. If I go to the schema, let me show you. Inside that I'm storing username, user email, date, time of the booking, then the business. I connected this particular booking to the business list. Okay, and then status. So this status is nothing but the progress status. Okay, it has a book cancel and completed as 3 status. So all of this schema you will find it in the description. Okay, you can check it out. So let's go to this content, API playground, and let's add a new query. Now in this API playground, instead of query we need to add the mutation. Okay, so in order to add a mutation, okay, I don't know, let me decrease the size here. If I decrease size, you will see there is some issue with their UI, but if you see, you can change this to mutation. Okay, and click this plus sign to add a mutation. I will just undo this one now, and now you have mutation. If you see, as soon as you select the mutation, this particular selection is to get changed. Now you have option to create a booking, business list, and everything. So mutation is nothing but to make the CRUD operation. CRUD in the sense to create the operation, to read, update, delete kind of thing. So go here and click create booking. So inside the create booking, you can add a booking status. So booking status will be the book initially. Then the business list, we need to connect the business list with the ID, okay, which we already have. Then we need to add a date, time, user email, and the username. And once everything is saved, we'll just return the ID of the new booking created. Whatever booking we created, that ID it will return. I will change this mutation name to create booking. Now your query is ready. Copy this query. You can run this query if you want. You just need to provide the ID, the time, and all this information. Okay, now save or copy this query and then go back to your application. Inside the global API where we store all our API endpoints, here I'm going to create a new method. We'll say create constant create new booking. Here add constant query, or you can say mutation. We'll say mutation query is equal to GQL. Everything will be as it is, nothing get changed. Okay, and let's request this, make a request, make this async, and as you know, we change this constant name to mutation query. So just update this query to mutation query. Now here, if you see, we updated, means added a lot of things. Okay, we need to add ID. So here I will accept the business ID, then date, time, user email, and then user name. all of this information we need to pass it here. Okay, so we'll pass like this. Here business ID, here date, time, then this will be a user email, and then username. Okay, and now save it. Make sure to export this create new booking so that we can use it. Now once this API endpoint created, let's go back to SEO booking, go to this global API dot create new booking, and now we need to pass all of this information. You will see here. First thing is business ID. So we already have the business information. Let's see. So we don't have the business information. We need to pass the business information over here. So obviously we added this booking section from the suggested booking. So from here we have the business information. That business information will pass to this component called booking section. So here I will pass business is equal to business, and let's accept it here as a business. Okay, now we will use this business information, okay, to get the ID, business.id. Oh, sorry, business.id. Then we need a date, which is the date we already have, the time, which is the selected time. Then username, obviously we don't have username and user email, so here you can define the session. Okay, so from the use session, from the next auth, we'll get the booking information. So we'll say data dot user dot email. Okay, and then username, again data dot user dot name. Now we have all this information. As this is promised, we'll make a then response, and then we'll console the response. Okay, now if the response is successful, we will show the toast message, okay, that booking is successful. Otherwise, if there is any error, we'll say error over here, and then also we will show the toast message, error toast message. Okay, now if in order to add a toast message, okay, so if I go to chat UI, you will find this toast. Okay, if I click on this button, for example, see, this is toast message look like, right? But instead of toast, they recently added a new component called sonar. Okay, it's act like a toast but much easier. And if I click on this one, see, multiple click, you will see the history of this toast message as well. Okay, and it's very easy to use. So let's install this toast message first. So let's install this component by copying the npm command. Let's open the terminal and just paste it here. Now once you install, right, inside this app/layout, you need to add this toaster component. Okay, so let's go to this app/layout, which is the very parent layout, and over here, maybe after header, you can just add it and make sure to import this toaster from the sonar. Okay, and let's save it. Now in order to use it, you just write like this, say. Okay, very simple. So you can go to the booking section, and here you will just say toast, and if you see it's importing from the sonar, and you can write message booking created. Okay, you service book successfully. Okay, and here we will say toast error while creating booking, and save it. Perfect. Now let's test this out. If I go here, click on book appointment, I will select some date, for example 9th, select some time slot at 3 p.m. and then click book, and if you see, it's saying the service book successful. Okay, let's see whether it actually saved or not. So if I go to the Hygraph, go to the content. Now I already have the previous lot of one, because for that this particular backend we use for the application as well, right? But if I go to this latest okay, and if you see, it is in the draft mode. If I open this one, you will see at 9th of March for 3 o'clock I booked this appointment. But the issue is here, it is in the draft mode, it is not the published, so that it just save it, but you cannot, when you want to fetch the data, it will not fetch it because it is in the draft mode. You will fetch the data, you will get the data on the UI side only if it's published, right? Then the question is how to publish it as soon as we created a record. So for that one, if I go to this API playground, for the mutation you also have one option called publish. Okay, you will see this publish booking, publish business list, and blah blah blah. Everything you create and anything, or you can add, if you insert anything inside the Hygraph database, you have to make sure you will publish it. Okay, so go here and just click on publish many bookings. Okay, here you will say to, and you want to change to publish, and just return it something like count. Okay, now copy this, only these two to three lines, and make sure to add it inside your global API. Okay, so inside here, after this curly braces, I will add it, and boom, now save it. Now if you try to create a booking, let's go booking and select, so for example 10th, I will select a 10 o'clock. Now if I click book, if you see, the service book successfully showing on the screen, but in this time it also get published automatically. Okay, so if I go to the next page, and if you see, I book it for this one and it's saying it's published. If I open this one at a 10 o'clock for 10th of March, and it also published successful, see the status as published. Okay, now it's live. That's how you can book the appointment. Okay, now if you think, if I click on this book appointment, right, it's still showing this previous selected value. Okay, you can clear that out. Now if you see, if I click on book appointment, the previous value is still there, right? It's persisting that previous value, and that what we don't want. If user want to book again some new appointment for some user, it's still there, right? So to avoid that one, for inside this use effect, right, where we have this booking section, you can just set the set date as empty, or just like this, and then set selected time as empty. Okay, some default value, and save it. Now if I go to the booking appointment, and boom, right, if I select some value, close this one, if I click on book appointment, it's still showing, but it will not show once you books appointment, something like that, right? So once you save it, it will not show it to you, or you can just put this inside this toast message as soon as you got the data, something like this. Okay, so guys, I hope you understand how we book the appointment, how we save it with the help of mutation. Okay, and not only this, but if you see inside the booking, as we pass the business ID, right, and it automatically connect it with this particular business list, because we had in the schema, we had the reference of the business list. Okay, and that is helpful when we want to fetch the data regarding the which of the slot is booked for the given date. That's what we are going to see next. That, for example, if you just book for the 9th of, and for this particular slot, for example 3 o'clock, we need to tell user that okay, this slot is already booked, and we need to avoid of selection of this particular slot. That's what we are going to see next. So guys, if you have any question, let me know in the comment section. So now, as we know that right now we are just booking the slot without checking whether this slot is already booked or not. Okay, so what we need to do, once user try to book a slot, we will check is that particular slot is already booked or not. If it's already booked, then we have to disable that particular slot, or that block that slot. If it's done not booked, then user can book that slot. Okay, so basically we need to get the business, whenever you just select any date, and along with this business ID, we need to fetch the data with that given booking slot. Okay, so let's go to this API playground. I'm gonna add a new query, and here I'm gonna select the booking. Okay, so inside the booking, let's select the instead of bookings, we need to select bookings. Okay, here we'll select the where clause, and inside the where clause, obviously we need to fetch it, depends on the booking, the business ID, right? So here I'm gonna select the ID of the business, then I'm gonna select the date. Okay, if I scroll down, here we have the date. Okay, so business lead, and then date. So here we will pass the business ID and then selected date, and then it will return us the date, which obviously we not required, but obviously we need a time slot. Okay, so here I'm gonna say business booking booked slot. Okay, now copy this query, go to your application, in VS Code the project, and inside the global API here we'll add a new query. So constant, we'll say business book slot async, and then we'll say constant query is equal to GQL, this tag, and then paste the query. Now we'll just make the request, make sure to change these to request query, and then here we need to pass the business ID and the date. So business ID comma date. So here I'm gonna add business ID, and here I'm gonna add the user selected date. Okay, and then save it. Make sure to export this method and save it. Now let's go to this booking section, and let me and over here I'm gonna add a constant. We'll say business book slot method, and it will call global API dot business book slot. Here we need to pass the business ID, which we already have from the business dot ID, and the date, which is the selected date, then and the response. Okay, so let's console the response just to see whether we are getting data. Now the important thing here, we need to call this method whenever the date get changed, because you just select this date or this date, right? And every time we need to call this method to get a latest information for that given date. So I'm gonna add a use effect. Inside that use effect I'm gonna pass a date. Okay, whenever the date get changed, this use effect will get executed, and then I will call this business booking slot method and then save it. Okay, now let's test this out, make sure that we are getting in the console. Go to the console, let me refresh it once, and go to the booking. Let me close this one, and if I select the 9th for example, okay, well, we got one error that mutation code is not defined. So at 128, oh, where did that global API 128, let's go to global API, something we mismatch. Okay, so this one, oh, so my bad. So here need to be a master URL, and this need to be a query. Now let's display, let's select the second date or maybe 9th date, and if you see for the 9th we have the 3 booking. See, it has a date and the time. Okay, for 8 we don't have, for 3 we don't have, for I don't think so. Okay, for 10 also we have the one slot. See, okay, it means we are getting the data. That's perfect. Now we need to save in one state. Okay, so let's do that. So first let's define a state. So here I will say constant, we'll say book slot comma set book slot is equal to use state, and then here we'll just say set booked slot, which is the response dot, let me see what is the name, which is the bookings. Maybe let's see, go to the inspect panel to check the field name actually. Okay, so if I select 9, yeah, bookings, so this is the field name. Like this. Perfect. Let's save this one. Just to mention here, get selected date business book slot. Okay, now we have the booking slot. Now here is the magic. We need to create one method, constant is slot book. This method will check whether that given particular slot is booked or not. Okay, very easy to write logic. Here we will return the result directly, and here we'll check booked slot dot find. We will find the item, find the time. The item dot time is matches with the time, and this time we obviously pass it from to this particular method. Okay, now this method we're gonna call over here. Okay, so obviously we'll say disable this button if that slot is already booked. Here we'll just call this method like this, and here we'll pass the time. Okay, so what we did, we pass the time to this is slot book, and to this is slot book it will check whether inside this booked slot array we have that particular time is already there or not. If it's there, it will return some value. If it's not, it will return nothing. Let's save this one. Let's check it out. If I click 9th, and boom, if you see, the 10th and 3 is already booked, right? If I select 10, see the 10 o'clock is booked. For 11, see nothing get booked. Okay, let's test this out in actual world. For example, if I select 3rd, okay, means tomorrow, and if I select the time called 12 a.m. and if I book this one, it's saying the service book successful. Let's go here again to the book appointment, and if you see in this time the selection gone. Now go to the 3rd, and boom, the 12th is now disabled, and you cannot select that one. You can select others, but you cannot select this one because this time is already booked by someone. Okay, so that's how you guys you can make sure that the booked slot will not, or other user cannot book that slot again. Okay, so guys, I hope you understand how we implemented that particular logic and feature very easily. If you have any question, let me know in the comment section. The source code link is in the description. Now once user book the appointment, user need to see the old or history of the booking appointment, right? So for that one, if you go to this profile, here we are giving option for my booking. On the click of this my booking, we need to open a new screen where we will show all the booking history. Okay, so let's go to your application, and over here let me close all of this tab, and then inside the routes folder we're going to create a new route, and here we'll call a booking history, or we'll say my booking. Okay, simply inside that one let's add a page.jsx file, add the default template. Let's save this one. Make sure to change this part upon my booking. Make sure to export it, and here I will also change. Now if I go to this my booking, if I go from my booking, you will see the page called my booking. Okay, now obviously we need to add on the click of this my booking. So let's go to this header, and where we have this option called my booking. So let me bring this down. Here I will change this to link from the, I don't know whether we add the link or not. Okay, we already have the link like this, and then h reference to slash my booking. Let's save this one. If I am at home, let's go to the home, let's go to this my booking, and boom, you are in the my booking page. Perfect. Next, inside the my booking, right, I'm gonna add a tab. Okay, so if I go to this chat CN UI, there is one component called tabs where you will see the tab like this. See, okay, so one tab we will make it for the upcoming services, and one is for the completed one, or we can say booked services. Okay, so let's first install it. So copy this command, and inside the terminal we'll just paste this command to install it. And in order to use it, let's make first import these statements, and this is a sample example. So I will just put it here like this. Okay, and then save it. Now if I go to this my booking, you will see these two tabs. Okay, so first thing, let me make this format document, and here I'm gonna add a class name. We'll say margin y maybe 10, and we'll say margin X to 5 maybe, but when the screen size is medium or larger, we say margin X maybe, margin X. I will keep more margin like 36 for example. If I increase the size, this is how it looks. That's good. Also here I'm going to give the h2 tag. We'll say my bookings. We'll add a styling to this one, so we'll say font bold, text 20 pixel, and margin Y to 2. Okay, if I increase size, this is how it looks. Now we need to give this width to the full screen. So for this tab list, I'm gonna get class name, say width to be full, and for where is another tab? Okay, for here as well, I'm gonna add here width to be full. Okay, like this. If I increase size, this is how it looks. But we want this on the left hand side, right? So we will just make this at the right. You can just mention justify at the start for this tab list. If I save this one, this is how it looks on the bigger screen. This is how it looks. Perfect. Now if you see, depends on the selection, this content get changed. Okay, so I have to check it here. So right now we need to make two tabs. One is for the book and another is for the completed. Okay, this is two tab, but along with that we have to make sure the value also get changed. Here we'll say book, here also I'm going to change to completed, and depends on the selection. Here also the content, for the tab content we need to update the value. Okay, so what it will do, once you click on this book, obviously we have the value called book, and it will check the tab content with the same value, and then it will show that data. Okay, if I save it now, see, okay, that's how it works. Now obviously we will create a one component, okay, and that will help us to display the list of the booking appointment. Here I will remove this one now, and let's create a new component. So inside the my booking, I'm going to add a new component. Inside that component, let's create a new file called booking history list.jsx. Add the default template, and then make sure to add that booking list over here. So sorry, my bad, booking history list, like this, and save it. Now we'll see booking history list. Now first thing we need to get the list of history of given user, only for that user, right? So we have to create API endpoint for that one. So we'll create a new query. Okay, and if I go to this content, right, where we have this booking, and if you open any booking, right, you will see that you have the username and user email already added, right? So with the help of user email, you can fetch your all the bookings. So let's go to this API playground, and here I'm gonna add bookings. Okay, here we have the where clause, and we will fetch only booking of the given user. So just search for the field name called user email, see, okay, and then it will return a couple of data. One is the business list, so it will return the name of the business, the image also we want, then we want the business name, or maybe we can get the contact person of the, okay, so we'll say contact person, address as well we want. Okay, so this much information we want for the business, and then the date which we book and the time slot for that one. Okay, and I think that's enough information we need. Now if I add some user's email, for example this is the user email, and if I try to run this query, you will see you got this all the booking list for that given user only. Okay, now here we will say get user booking history, copy this query, go back to where VS Code, where we have the global our all the API endpoint inside the global API, and here we'll create a new API query. Okay, so here I'm gonna add a constant get user booking history is equal to constant query is equal to GQL, this tag, and paste it here like this. Okay, make sure to make a request like this, and then here we'll get the user email. Okay, obviously we have to replace this user email like this. Okay, and make sure to export this particular API endpoint. We forgot to make this method as async, and then save it. So now let's go back to our application, and here we'll create a method called constant get user booking history, and then we'll just simply call global API dot get booking history. Here we need to pass user email dot then response like this. We'll just console the response here. Okay, like this. Now obviously we need to get the user information, so we know how to get it. Is equal to use session constant data is equal to use session, and here we need to pass it user dot data dot user dot email. Okay, now we need to call this method, so we call using use effect, and only when the data is available. So here we'll say if data is available, then only execute user get user booking history, because we need this user's email. Okay, if user email is not there, obviously we will not get the data. Now once this is ready, we just write this doc, write use to get user booking history. Perfect. Now we have this information. Let's save it and make sure that we are getting data. So it's saying that we use the use effect. We have to make this page as a use client, so make this use client, and now we are good. Now go to the inspect panel, go to the console, and boom, we got this booking list of the given user only. That's perfect. Next we need to store that all the list in one state. Okay, so here we'll say constant booking history, that need to be a state, so booking history comma set booking history is equal to use state, and where we'll say set booking history response dot, let me check what is the field name, which is the business. Oh, it's just the bookings. Okay, and save it. Perfect. Now we have the booking history. Now what we need to do, we need to pass this booking history to this booking history list. But here is the thing, here we need to pass only booked one, okay, which is already booked, and whatever the status is completed, we need to change the status. Okay, so one more important thing we need to get it from here is the status, or there is another way we can do it. If the date is the old one, then we will obviously will put that particular business particular booking into the completed one. So here is, if you find one more thing, right, because in the application we format the date in a specific format, but in this application we forgot to format date and we are saving as it is. Okay, so you can format the date, so it will be better actually. Okay, so whenever we are storing the value, we have to make sure that we are formatting the date. So what we can do, we will use this moment.js library. Okay, it's very easy to install, but it's very powerful to format the date in any given format. Okay, I will show you how. So I'm just going little bit back where we are storing the businesses. Okay, so if I go to the suggestion business list inside the booking section, if you know, we are saving this booking list. Okay, here. So for the date, okay, so let me check. This is the date where we are storing the data, right? That this date, we'll just format this date. So I will add moment, okay, this library. Here I'm gonna pass this date, okay, and then I'm just format that date in a specific format. For example, if I want in specific format like this, if you see this format, the date, month, and then the year. So same thing, date, which will be date, month, and then year. Okay, like this, and then save it. Now let's try to book it. Okay, so go to the home, open any services, let a book appointment. If I want to book for the 4th of March, I will book for the 10 o'clock. Let's clean this one and then click book. Now it's saying service book successful. Let's make sure that date is coming in the correct format. So go to the content, bookings, go to the latest one, which is this one, and boom, we got this perfect format of the date. Okay, but we have to also make sure that when we are comparing it, right, we'll compare in the same way. So we here, if you see, we have this business book. Okay, each slot book, right? I think wait just a second. So when we are getting the here, we need to pass a specific date. So again here we need to format that date. So moment dot, so here I will just say format and then same way, so date, month, and then year. Okay, make sure that you will not get confused. Okay, because when we are fetching the slot, we were passing the date. Okay, but now we are saving the date in specific format. Same way we have to fetch that date in that same specific format. That's the way we are passing, or we are formatting the date which we are going to pass to fetch the data. Let's save this one, and I will just make sure that everything is working fine. So if I go to the book appointment for 4th, okay, let me refresh it once. Book appointment, go to the 4th, and if you see, now 10th is booked. Perfect, it's working. Now go back to my booking. Okay, so here we have the book and completed. So let me close this one. I hope you understand this one. Okay, now here, now let's go back to our history page again. Okay, and inside here, for now we'll just pass this booking history as it is. So we'll say booking history, or maybe booking history is equal to booking history. Okay, now go to this booking history list, and here we'll accept that as a booking history. Okay, perfect. Now save this one and save this one. Now inside this booking history list, we have the list. Here what I'm going to do, we just we'll say, or we'll just iterate this value called booking history dot map. We'll say booking comma index, like this, and let's add a div. Here I'm gonna add a key as index, and let's try to print the name, or just try to print some information. Okay, but before that, let's go to the inspect panel, because I want to show you something. So over here, okay, let me close this one and let me refresh it once. Now we have these bookings. Now if you see, inside this booking we have the date and time, but in order to fetch the business information inside that, we have to go to this business list. Okay, so let's go to this, let me do like this. We'll say booking slash dot business list dot name. If I save this one, and okay, nothing, we are not getting anything. Wow, so we have this booking. I don't know why we did not get anything. Okay, now okay, yeah, I did not select this book by default. Okay, so that we will also fix that one. So by default we need to set the tab. So if you see, right now default value is account, but we updated it, right? So here I will say book now. Okay, and now if you see, we got this business name as well. That's good. Now let's implement, or just implement some logic over here to display the data in proper way. So first thing, I'm gonna add an image. Here I add source, close the tag, and here we'll say booking dot business list dot image of 0 dot URL. Here make sure it's optional, like if it's not there, it will not fail, right? That's the reason I kept that one. I'm gonna give alt tag as image for now. Let's give a width of maybe 80 and height of 80. Let's save this one. Now we might get error that it's not reading the property image 0. So here I'm gonna add, or here we can add some condition. If booking dot booking list, maybe, sorry, business list, okay, my bad, dot name is there at least, okay. Let's save this one, let's test this out. Okay, still we have the issue. It's need to be images, I think. Yeah, that's right. Perfect. Now I will increase the size to 120 and 120 here. Perfect. Now let's add a class name, make rounded to be large, and then after that I'm gonna add one div to add the information. Okay, so first information I'm going to add is the name of the business. So this information I'm going to add here. Then after that one I'm gonna add a contact person. For that contact person I'm going to add a user icon. Then another one for the address. Oh, sorry, let's copy paste this one for the address, and here I will see mapping. Let's save this one. Now we have the address as well. Let's make sure to add a class name, make it flex gap of 2. For this one, class name flex gap of 2. Oops, gap of 2. And then for this one we add a class name, make it flex column. Okay, and for this particular div I'm gonna add a class name, make it flex gap of 4. Perfect. Okay, and here I'm gonna add gap of 2. Now for this name I'm gonna add a class name, we'll say font bold. Here I'm going to change to text primary, the contact person, and here I will say text gray 500. Perfect. Also we'll give some border to this one. Then we'll make a rounded corner. We'll give padding of 4. Okay, and we'll give margin bottom to 5. Sorry, margin bottom to 5, like this. Okay, if I increase the screen size, this is how it looks, and this is how it looks. Okay, that's look good to me. But instead of that one, what we can do, we can change this to grid column 2, something like this. Okay, and I'm going to give gap of 2 as well. If I increase the size, so this is how it looks. Okay, but when the screen size is smaller, I'm gonna show only one grid, so grid column 1. See, like this. If I increase the screen size on the bigger screen, it will look like this. That's good. Then we also need to show the booking time and appointment. So same thing I'm gonna copy here, but in this case, let me bring this down. We'll say calendar icon, and here I'm gonna add the date, and here I'm gonna say service appointment, service appointment on, not appointment but book at, not at, I don't know what to say, service on, I will say. Okay, service on and date. That way I'm going to add it here like this. Obviously if you see, if not formatting correctly, actually we formatted correctly, but later on this is the previous one. Okay, so just ignore that one, but this is the latest one if you see over here. Okay, and then I'm going to change this color. Class name, we'll say text primary. Okay, same thing I'm going to add for the address pin. Perfect. Here I'm gonna change this pan to, let's see, I don't know, class name and text black. Perfect. Same thing, I'm gonna copy this h2 tag for the time. So here I'm gonna change this to clock, and then here I'm gonna say time. Perfect. If you see this image gets stretched, okay, so for this image I am gonna say object cover like this. If I increase the screen size, this is how it looks on the smaller screen. Obviously, you know, this is how it looks on the smaller screen. Okay, if you think that you are getting, okay, because this is the latest one that we book, right, and it's coming down, so you can just order your response. So if I go to this API playground, here you have option to order the data. If you see, we have this order by, and you can say just publish at this descending order. Okay, so after the where I will just add this option as well inside the global API query. So this is the one, right? Perfect. So let me check. Yeah, after this one I will just add it, save this one. If I go back, if you see now latest one, it comes at the top. Okay, perfect. Now right now everything is displaying on the screen, right? And I will clean this data in a moment, but here is thing. Once the date is pass it, right, we need to show it inside this completed tab. Now here if you see, I just clean out the data. Okay, and now we have this old data. Right now I'm recording on the 2nd March, yes, and then this is the future data, means it's on 9th March. Okay, means it's yet to come. So obviously this is already completed, we need to show in inside this completed tab. So let's go back to our application, and inside this booking history list, not history list actually, but let's go back to this page.js where we fetching this data. Oh my god, yeah. So over here, let me bring increase the screen size. So here over here we're gonna create a new method called constant filter data, and this will actually filter our data. Here I'm gonna say type. Okay, what type means whether it's a booked one or is completed one. Okay, and obviously this method I'm gonna call on this particular, means obviously I'm gonna pass this filter data, not filter data, but here I'm gonna pass like this, and it will return some value. But here I'm gonna say type book, and same thing, obviously booking history list. I'm also copy same thing over here, but instead of this book I'm gonna say completed. Okay, now the logic is quite simple. We have to return constant result is equal to booking history dot filter. Okay, now we have to filter with the item. For example, we have the item, inside the item we have the we need to get the date. Okay, so what we can write, for example, obviously we need to format it first in a given format. So we'll say moment, we'll pass the item dot date dot format. So actually wait, let me think little bit. Okay, so here we don't need to format it actually. Okay, we will format, but we'll just say new date, and inside that we'll add the item dot date. Okay, but we have to write one condition. If type is equal to book. Okay, if type is book, then the condition is new date is greater than equal to new date. Okay, if that is condition is matching, then only store that data. Otherwise we'll say new date item dot date less than new date. I hopefully it will work. Okay, and then make sure to return the result. Okay, now we already passed the data, everything looks good to me. Let's go back to our application, and boom, wow, we got the data. So if you see, for the book we have the 9 bars. If I go to this completed, oh, in completed we don't have anything. Let me refresh it once. Yeah, I don't think so we have anything. Okay, let me go back to our application, and let me check what we miss it here. Oh, we are not getting data because here we mismatch the spelling. So make it date, let's save it, go back to our application and check completed. Wow, see, completed, this is old one, book, this is the new one or upcoming one. Okay, so guys, that's how we can able to fetch the booking data and completed data. Okay, if you have any question, let me know in the comment section. So now it's time to deploy our application into the production so that you can share this application with your friends and family. So very first thing, obviously we are going to use Vercel to deploy our application. But before that, you need to create a repository inside the GitHub. Okay, so go to the github.com and click on new repo. So here you can give the repository name. I will give home service app web. Okay, now you can make it public or private and then click create repo. Once you create the repo, here you need to set the remote origin. Okay, so copy this line, then go back. Okay, go back to our VS code, and inside the terminal, first thing you need to do is to initialize the git. Okay, once you initialize the git, paste this command to add a remote origin, then do git add, then commit the code. Okay, so we'll say initial commit and final code. Then once you commit it, then push that code. Okay, right, so okay, we have issue. Yeah, now push this code. Okay, so obviously first time you are pushing, so you have to use this command to push the code. And now if you see your code is pushed, let's see the repo, let's refresh the repository, and boom, your code is here now. Now let's go to Vercel. And if you don't know about the Vercel, Vercel is very powerful service where you can deploy your web applications. Okay, so if you don't have an account, create a new account on Vercel, and then once you land on this dashboard, you have option to add a new project. Then if you have GitHub repo or GitLab or Bitbucket, make sure to connect that repository, and then you will see your latest push repo changes over here. So in this case, if you see, we have the repo called home service web app. Click import, and then you can give the project name. You can change it if you want. Here you have some build tools, environment variables. You can add it. Now obviously we have some environment variable. So if I go back to .env file, so got .env.local file, these are the variable we need to add. So one is the master URL key, so make sure to add that one and copy this key and paste it here and click add, and that's all. Okay, if you have more key, you can just add it here and then click deploy. Now it will take some few or couple of minutes to deploy your application. So I will pause the video, and boom, our application is deployed. And if you see, this is a preview, and you can obviously continue to dashboard. But if I click on this preview, and boom, your application is live now, and you will see it here. If you see the domain, now it's saying home service app web. Okay, and I hope you understand how we beautifully deploy our application on the Vercel. Okay, and just for the information, the Vercel is completely free. Now you can even connect the domain, your own domain as well. It's up to you how you want to use it. So guys, if you have any question, let me know in the comment section. So guys, that's all for this particular course. I hope you enjoy this course, and if you really like this course, press like button. Now if you know that we learn a lot of different things, as you know that we beautifully designed this particular landing screen where we use the Hygraph to fetch all of our data and to store all of our data. With the help of GraphQL, we learn how we can fetch data and display it on the screen. Also, we learn mutation to create, update all the information to the database. Now, if you see on the screen that we learn how we fetch this beautiful all the categories. Then we design these cards to show the businesses. Also, you can open any category. Beautifully we designed this one, and as you know that this complete application we made it responsive and mobile friendly. Now we have this beautiful section. We learn how we use or reuse the component in a different section, so that we do not have to create a new component for each of the page. We also learn how to design a complete web application, and along with that one, we also learn how we can book the appointment. We also learn how to implement a different component, the UI component in our application. Also, we with the help of Descope, We also added the authentication in our application very seamlessly with the help of Next.js and Descope. We added this complete authentication to our page. Not only that one, but we also learned how to protect our page from the unauthorized user to access a certain pages. So guys, that's all for this particular video. I hope you enjoyed, and if you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe. Press the notification bell icon so that you will not miss any updates from me. So guys, see you in the next video. Keep coding and keep smiling.